through the smoke-filled skyline. Satria remained seated on the rubble, his gaze fixed on the overcast sky. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him as he leaned back, his tattered clothes barely hanging on. "You're not coming with us?" Artoria's voice broke through his thoughts as she stood nearby, her usual composed demeanor softened by a hint of curiosity. Satria turned to her with a faint smile. "Go ahead. I'll catch up in a bit. Don't worry about me." Artoria studied him for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Rest if you must, but don't delay for too long." With that, she turned and joined the others, her figure soon disappearing into the distance. Alone now, Satria let out a deep sigh, his muscles screaming for rest. "I overdid it this time. So tired. I just want to go home, eat, and sleep." He glanced down at his shredded clothes, realizing with some embarrassment that most of his torso was exposed. "Can't exactly show up like this. Better find some clothes first." Shakily, he stood up and began walking, his determination carrying him despite the fatigue coursing through his veins. Spider-Man's POV. "Take this!" Peter shouted, landing a solid punch on a corrupted satyr soldier, sending the grotesque creature stumbling backward. The leader of the satyrs, a hulking figure with horns crackling with dark energy, stepped forward with a malicious grin, flanked by a squad of soldiers. "Pitiful human! How long do you plan to resist? Surrender, and I might grant you a painless death." Peter froze for a moment as he recognized two corrupted figures stepping into view. His stomach churned. Rhino. Scorpion. The once human villains, now monstrous and twisted by the satyr's corruption, growled menacingly. "Master, we're surrounded. What's the plan?" Beopan, the red-haired woman clad in a gothic dress, stepped closer, her eyes glinting as she assessed their foes. Peter's mind raced, but before he could answer, a voice cut through the chaos. "Yo, kid! Need a hand?" Peter's head snapped up to see Iron Man swooping in, his armored figure launching a guided missile that obliterated several satyr soldiers. "Mr. Stark!" Peter exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. "The one and only," Tony quipped as he landed beside Peter. He gestured toward Peter's new armor, clearly impressed. "So, you're holding out on me? Since when could you build something like this? Care to explain later?" Before Peter could respond, Rhino charged with a bellowing roar. Peter reacted instantly, activating a shimmering energy shield from his gadget to block the brute's attack. "Later, Mr. Stark. We've got bigger problems right now," Peter yelled as he braced against the impact. "Fair enough," Tony replied, firing a concentrated energy beam at Rhino, forcing him to stumble back. Beopan stepped forward with a chilling laugh, crimson wires snaking from her hands. "You dare attack my master? You'll regret that." She lashed out, her blood-red wires slashing across Rhino's armor, leaving deep gouges and making the corrupted brute roar in pain. Tony's HUD scanned her curiously. "Who's this girl? Another one of Peter's allies? Or someone else entirely?" The gothic dress and eerie powers stood out even more than her appearance. Tony's musings were cut short as Scorpion lunged at him, claws glinting. "Damn it!" Tony cursed, narrowly dodging but taking a swipe across his armor. "You're getting predictable," Tony snarled, retaliating with a punch to Scorpion's head. When the corrupted villain didn't release him, Tony fired a laser blast from his gauntlet at point-blank range, finally breaking free. Scorpion let out a guttural scream, clutching his wounded torso. "Goodbye," Tony said coldly, firing an energy blast that disintegrated Scorpion on the spot. Meanwhile, Beopan turned her focus to Rhino. "Master, leave this hideous creature to me. You handle the others." Peter glanced at her and nodded. "Just be careful." Rhino charged again, but Beopan summoned a hammer, doll, and a blood-red nail. With an unsettling smile, she whispered, "It's showtime, right? Look, it's already over. This is the mere shadow of what you once was. Fetch fail not. She drove the nail into the doll with her hammer. Spikes of blood erupted from the ground, piercing through Rhino's body. The corrupted villain let out a final, guttural roar before collapsing, lifeless. Peter, meanwhile, faced off against the corrupted Satyr Lord. Are you here to offer your flesh to me, little spider? The satyr sneered, his grotesque tongue flicking out as saliva dripped from his jagged teeth. Peter's eyes narrowed behind his mask. I'm here to take you down. Permanently. The Satyr Lord lunged at blinding speed, but Peter's spider sense kicked in, allowing him to dodge gracefully. As a counterattack, Peter launched a volley of missiles from his suit, the explosions hurling the creature into a nearby building. Curse you, insect! The satyr roared as it struggled to recover. Peter didn't hesitate. Using his web shooters, he immobilized the Satyr Lord, pinning him against the rubble. He raised his arm, activating a concealed firearm in his armor. This is the end, Peter said coldly before firing a single shot into the satyr's head. Tony Stark, watching from a distance, was stunned. This isn't the same kid I knew. Spider-Man no, Peter Parker had always been steadfast in his morals, refusing to kill, no matter the situation. But now? Tony saw a man who was ready to make the hard choices. What happened to him? What changed? Bayopan rejoined Peter, clinging to his arm with a playful smirk. Master, I've taken care of that brute. What's next? Peter gave her a tired nod. Good. We'll search for any survivors and regroup with Patronus. Let's move. Bayopan giggled, holding onto his arm as they walked. Tony Stark followed, his mind buzzing with questions. This invasion is bringing new players out of the shadows. And the boy changed, but for better or worse. Jiraiya's POV. The battlefield trembled under the clash of titanic forces as Jiraiya and many heroes united to take down a colossal giant. The air was thick with dust, debris, and the echoes of weapons colliding. Damned beast, Gamabuntai grumbled, retreating slightly as he prepared to make a hand seal. Let's show this thing what we're made of, Buntat. Ready. Jiraiya shouted, doing hand seal. Gamabunta opened his massive mouth and spewed a torrent of oil, which Jiraiya ignited with a fiery breath. Katon, Gameu Dan. A massive fireball surged forward, engulfing the giant in a blazing inferno. Whoa! That's one hell of a fire, a nearby hero exclaimed. Stay back! Don't get caught in it, another warned. As the flames subsided, the giant emerged from the firestorm, battered and burned but still standing. That hurt! Hot! The giant roared, slamming its club into the ground. The shockwave ripped through the earth, sending tremors in all directions. Jump, Buntat! Jiraiya commanded. Gamabunta leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the destructive force. Jiraiya glanced back at the carnage left in its wake. That shockwave would have flattened us, this thing's no joke, he thought grimly. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted his focus. Hulk smash giant! The Incredible Hulk charged into the fray, delivering a thunderous punch to the giant's stomach. The massive creature staggered and fell to one knee, roaring in pain. As it tried to retaliate, a bolt of lightning struck the giant squarely in the chest, sending it reeling. Thor! Hawkeye recognized the figure descending from the sky, hammer in hand. Long time no see, Barton, Thor greeted casually. Who are these two? Hawkeye asked, gesturing to Satria and Artoria, who stood nearby, observing the chaos. Satria gave a slight bow. The name's Satria, and this is Saber. We're your allies in this battle. Got it, Hawkeye nodded. But we've got bigger issues right now like that giant. Hulk will defeat giant. Hulk roared, charging once more. Wait. Hulk, we need to Hawkeye began, but Hulk was already gone, barreling toward the giant with reckless abandon. He sighed, shaking his head. This team really doesn't understand teamwork. Thor clapped him on the shoulder. Don't lose heart, my friend. Let us join Hulk. For Midgard. Thor flew off, lightning crackling around him. You're just as bad, Hawkeye muttered, sweat dropping. Satria turned to Artoria, watching Thor and Hulk coordinate their relentless attacks. What do you think of them? He asked. Thor and Hulk, they're strong, right? Artoria's eyes narrowed as she analyzed their movements. I must admit, I'm impressed. Even in a modern world like this, there are warriors of extraordinary strength. It's reassuring, and surprising. Satria chuckled. Yeah, it's kind of wild. I didn't expect to see people like them here either. The gods in this world are amusing, Artoria said, her tone laced with mild surprise. They're nothing like the ones from the tales I know. Normally, gods are aloof, arrogant, and detached from mortals. But here. She glanced toward Thor, who was laughing heartily with his allies. It's different. Satria folding his arms. I feel the same. It's strange, but refreshing, don't you think? Artoria nodded thoughtfully, her expression softening. Perhaps. It's a rare thing to see gods so willing to stand side by side with humans. They continued to observe as Jiraiya, Gamabuntat and the Avengers worked together to subdue the giant. Jiraiya's tactics and traps kept the creature immobilized long enough for the others to deal decisive blows. Finally, with a coordinated effort, the heroes brought the giant down. The earth trembled one last time as it fell, defeated. As the group regrouped, Satria approached Jiraiya with a grin. Nice performance out there, old man, Satria said. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Thanks, kid. But we're not done yet. The real threat is still out there, and I've got a bad feeling about that portal. Satria nodded, his expression serious. Let's move. We'll handle whatever's waiting for us. The group marched toward the portal's location, but before they could get far, 6 towering fire pillars erupted from the ground, reaching toward the heavens. What in the world? Hawkeye muttered, shielding his eyes from the intense heat. When they arrived, they saw 2 figures locked in a ferocious battle within the inferno. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the air, making it impossible to approach. Jiraiya, Satria, and the others were forced to stop at a safe distance, the oppressive heat too much to bear. Who's fighting in there? Artoria asked, squinting through the flames. It's Patronus, Satria replied. His voice was steady, but his fists clenched. That much power, whoever he's up against must be incredibly dangerous. Hawkeye glanced at a nearby device, pulling up a live-streaming feed of the battle. If we can't get closer, we'll have to watch it like this. The group gathered around, their eyes glued to the screen, as the battle between Patronus and his mysterious opponent raged on. Patronus POV. Patronus tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes locked on Dexata as the demon began to move. Prepare yourself, Patronus. Dexata bellowed, his voice echoing ominously. You will feel the true terror of my power. Suddenly, 6 towering fire pillars erupted, surrounding both him and Patronus. Abyss magic, pillars of hellfire. This bastard! Jayaki growled from within Patronus. He's boxed you in. No one can help you now. This is bad, Sun added grimly. Dexata grinned wickedly. Now, no one will interrupt our fun. Let's begin the death match. His fist crackled with purple lightning as he launched himself forward at terrifying speed. Evade, brat! Kurama roared. Patronus vanished in a flash of light, reappearing at a marked kunai several meters away using Hirai no Jutsu. Damn it, that punch is dangerous, Patronus muttered, eyeing the remnants of purple lightning where he had stood moments earlier. He's fusing lightning with raw power. Dexata smirked. I see now. That little weapon of yours, it's your catalyst. You teleport to it, don't you? Clever. He weaved hand signs rapidly. Phaeton, Great Dragon Wave. A massive gust of wind shaped like a dragon roared toward Dexata, tearing through the fire-scorched air. Useless. Dexata scoffed, raising a wall of fire to shield himself. However, from behind the flames, dozens of clones surged forward. Clones? Again. Dexata sneered. You're persistent, but it won't work. He unleashed a devastating wave of dark red energy. Dark Nova. The clones disintegrated instantly, the sheer destructive force of the attack erasing everything within its radius. Inside Patronus, the voices of the tailed beasts echoed. Guys, lend me your power, Patronus called out. Giant golden fox and 9 cloaked figures appeared around him, each bearing a Rasen shuriken infused with a different elemental chakra. Let's kill him! Shikako shouted. Count me in! Matatabi added. Let's go! Sun roared. Roger that, the others chimed in. Patronus raised his arms, the 9 Rasen shuriken spinning violently around him. Sage Art, super-tailed beast Rasen shuriken. The spinning projectiles streaked toward Dexata, colliding with him in an explosion so massive it seemed to rip the heavens apart. Jiraiya stood in stunned silence as the fire pillars collapsed, revealing the aftermath of the explosion. This is unbelievable, he muttered. 9 different elements in one attack. I've never seen a person who could wield Raise-Nan variants like that. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. This city's in ruins. The council's going to be on my back for weeks. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged, Patronus, his aura glowing with white energy, standing victorious. Opposite him, Dexata was kneeling, battered but not broken, and the fire pillar was dismissed. Who is that guy? Susan Storm asked. And who's he fighting? Captain America added. Doctor Strange stepped forward. His name is Patronus. The one he's fighting is a demon from another world. Do you know him? Steve asked. I only know his nickname, Strange admitted. This is the first time I'm seeing him in action. Thor turned to Satria and Artoria. You two seem familiar with him. Care to explain? Satria crossed his arms. I've only met him recently. Like Strange, I only know his nickname. Thor nodded thoughtfully, his eyes returning to the battlefield. Dexata glared at Patronus, his body trembling with rage and pain. What are you? How can you wield such power? Patronus wiped blood from his mouth, his gaze steely. This power is the result of countless hours of training, sacrifice, and the lives of those who came before me. It's nothing to be proud of. Dexata sneered. And why fight so hard? What drives you to become this strong? To protect those I care about, Patronus said firmly. What other reason do I need? Ha! What a foolish answer! Dexata laughed, rising to his feet. Feelings only make you weak. The ground trembled as Dexata transformed. His body grew larger, wings sprouted from his back, and the sky turned blood red. A dark portal appeared, summoning an immense, malevolent spear. Artoria gasped, gripping Excalibur tightly. This presence, it's unlike anything I've felt before. Satria clenched his fists. This guy's power is skyrocketing. Should I intervene or trust Patronus to finish this? The battle resumed, the clash of weapons creating shockwaves that shook the earth. Despite his efforts, Patronus was caught off guard by Dexata's spear, which pierced his side. Blood splattered onto the scorched ground. Stay down, Dexata growled. You're strong, but inexperienced. You're no match for me. Patronus gritted his teeth, forcing himself to his feet. I will not give up. Dexata smirked and punched Patronus, sending him flying. We can't stand by any longer, Satria decided. Saber, check on Patronus. The rest of us will hold him off. Artoria nodded and rushed to Patroness's side. Dexata snarled as the remaining heroes blocked his path. Foolish mortals! I'll teach you true terror! His aura surged, radiating malice. Hulk charged, his fist crashing against Dexata's barrier. A magical explosion sent the Hulk flying, blood dripping from his wounds. This guy, he injured Hulk. Satria muttered. This is bad. Satria activated Dark Platinum, halting time to attack Dexata directly. But before he could land a blow, the demon grinned. You think you can stop me with this? My power transcends time itself. Dexata unleashed Dark Nova, warping space-time and blasting Satria away too. Damn it! Satria coughed blood, struggling to stand. How did Patroness fight this monster alone? Dexata raised his spear, aiming for Satria's heart. Not so fast, donkey! Fire in the hole! Satria threw the flashbang he had looted from the dead soldier and disappeared in an instant, saved by his speed force. Growling. I will kill him later, puny human and their little trick. The battle raged on, but the heroes knew one thing: Dexata was unlike anything they'd ever faced. To be continued. Chapter 45, Chapter 37. The Blade That Defies Fate. Patroness stirred, his consciousness pulling him into an abyss of darkness. He stood in an otherworldly void, the air heavy with despair. What the hell? Where am I? A figure emerged from the shadows, a towering, menacing presence. Its form was humanoid but otherworldly, with crimson wings that seemed to pulse with life and a head radiating an intense red light. The weapon it wielded shimmered ominously, exuding an aura of unimaginable power. We meet again, young warrior, the figure spoke, its voice echoing as though the universe itself was whispering. Patroness instinctively raised his guard, his instincts screaming danger. Who is this guy? Why can't I summon Kurama or the others here? Who are you? He demanded, his tone firm despite the unease gnawing at him. And what do you want? Wait. Are you the one who gave me power to seal and destroy the gate? The figure chuckled, a deep and haunting sound. Yes, I was the one who guided you. You remind me of someone I once was: your determination, your battles, your bonds. A man who faced and conquered his own darkness. Patroness' eyes narrowed. All right. So why are you here now? How long have you been watching me? The figure took a step closer, the glow of his aura illuminating the void. I began watching when you fought Dexata. Your actions intrigued me. But I suppose introductions are in order. I am known in the cosmos as Terror Blade, or Illidan, the Demon Marauder. Naruto's heart raced at the sheer gravity of the name. What do you want from me? I want you to inherit my power, Illidan said without hesitation. Patroness frowned. Why me? What makes me so special? Illidan's gaze softened, his tone carrying a faint melancholy. Your compassion, your unyielding love for those you hold dear. It reminds me of my past, of the man I once was before I became this. That's it? He asked, skeptical. No, Illidan admitted. The Burning Legion has risen again, more powerful than ever. They seek to consume and destroy all worlds. Only a warrior like you, a warrior who has conquered his own darkness, can stand against them. Together, with my power and your resolve, we can ensure their destruction. His jaw tightened. How do I know I can trust you? You could just be looking to take over my body. Illidan laughed, a bitter and hollow sound. No, young one. I am but a relic of the past. My time has long since ended. All that remains is my power and my story. Before Patroness could reply, his surroundings shifted. He was thrust into Illidan's memories, experiencing his torment firsthand. Patroness found himself standing in a place that defied logic, a hell within hell. The sky was a swirling mass of black and green, the ground beneath his feet pulsating with malevolent energy. Screams echoed endlessly in the distance, a symphony of suffering that clawed at his sanity. This! Naruto muttered, his voice trembling. What is this place? This is foul, Illidan's voice whispered, though his form was absent. A prison for those who defied the cosmos itself. It is the hell of hells. He watched as a version of Illidan, bound and broken, was dragged through the abyss by monstrous entities. His captors tortured him without end, burning his flesh, tearing at his soul, and forcing him to relive his failures and regrets over and over again. Why? Naruto's voice cracked. Why did they do this to you? Because I dared to challenge the Burning Legion. I sealed away Sargeras, the Dark Titan, and stood against their dominion. For that, they condemned me to this infernal existence. Patronus saw a younger Illidan crying out, his voice hoarse from centuries of torment. A dark mirror of Illidan appeared, twisted and monstrous, taunting him. You are nothing but a failure, the twisted version sneered. You failed your people, your world, and your brother. Why not surrender to the abyss and become what you truly are? A monster. He clenched his fists as he watched Illidan's struggle. I almost gave in, Illidan admitted. The darkness within me, the worst version of myself, it was relentless. It knew my fears, my pain, my regrets, and it wielded them against me like a blade. Illidan's memory shifted, showing a decisive moment. A younger Illidan stood face to face with his dark self, his body battered and his spirit flickering like a dying ember. But his eyes burned with defiance. I am not you, Illidan declared. I may have made mistakes. I may have lost everything. But I will not let you define me. The dark reflection laughed, its voice dripping with malice. You are me. You are the darkness. Without me, you are nothing. In response, Illidan summoned every ounce of strength he had left, not to fight the dark version but to accept it. I am the darkness, Illidan admitted, stepping forward and embracing his reflection. But I am also the light. I am the balance between them. You are not my enemy. You are a part of me. The dark reflection screamed in fury, its form merging with Illidan. The fusion unleashed a cataclysmic surge of power that rippled through Foul Fell. He watched as Illidan's body transformed, his wings erupting into crimson fire, his eyes glowing with the intensity of 1,000 stars. The monstrous entities that once tormented him cowered in fear as he rose, reborn as something far greater. I became Terror Blade, Illidan explained. Not as a title of shame, but as a testament to my conquest of the abyss within me. I turned my torment into power, my despair into resolve. I became the embodiment of defiance, the terror of those who sought to break me. Patronus returned to the void, the memory fading. He looked at Illidan with newfound understanding. You didn't just survive, he said, his voice filled with respect. You became something unstoppable. Illidan nodded. But it came at a cost. The balance I achieved came with immense burden. It's a path few can walk, and none should walk alone. Patronus hesitated, his mind racing with questions. And you want me to take up that path? To become like you? Illidan stepped closer, his crimson aura pulsating. No, I want you to surpass me. To carry the power I once wielded but forge your own path with it. You have something I never had: friends, allies, people who will stand by you. Use this strength to protect them. Conquer the Burning Legion and show the cosmos a new way. Patronus clenched his fists, his determination flaring. I'll do it. I'll take your power. But I won't let it consume me. I'll find a way to protect the people I care about and stop the Burning Legion without losing myself. Illidan smiled faintly, his aura beginning to fade. Good. Then our pact is sealed. Take my power, Uzumaki Naruto. Show the universe what it means to rise above despair. A torrent of energy surged into Naruto, filling him with Illidan's immense strength. Memories, techniques, and power flooded his mind and body. His form began to glow, his usual aura merging with a crimson light. "Go, young warrior," Illidan's voice echoed as the void dissolved into light. "Become the hope I could not be." Amid the rubble and smoke of the battlefield, Artoria frantically searched for Patronus, her heart heavy with worry. Suddenly, the debris shifted, and a figure emerged from the wreckage. The man stepped into the light, his hood fallen away to reveal a striking face, blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and whisker-like marks on his cheeks. His presence radiated strength, but his warm smile reassured her. "Patroness? Is that you? Are you okay?" Artoria asked, relief and concern mingling in her voice. He nodded, his grin as bright as the Sunday. "It's me, Artoria-chan. And as for your question, I'm better than ever." Artoria's worry melted into a soft smile. "I'm glad to see you're okay. But, what are you planning to do now?" Naruto's smile faded slightly, replaced with a look of resolve. "I'm going to face Dexata again." Her eyes widened. "What? You were nearly killed by him. Are you sure you're ready for this?" Naruto chuckled softly, his tone playful. "It makes me happy to have such a beautiful lady worrying about me. But this is something I must do, Artoria-chan." Her cheeks flushed, and she turned her gaze away, flustered. I wasn't worried for that reason." He stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Hey! What are you?" Artoria stammered, her heart skipping a beat. Naruto smirked mischievously. "Just watch." In an instant, the two vanished in a flash of light. The chaotic battlefield was alive with the clamor of combat, injured heroes retreating as the remaining fighters struggled to hold their ground against the overwhelming might of Dexata. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the area. Two figures appeared, their arrival accompanied by an otherworldly presence. The battlefield quieted for a moment, all eyes drawn to the new arrivals. "Patroness! I knew you were still alive!" Dexata roared, his grin spreading wide. Naruto stepped forward confidently, his blue eyes fixed on the demon. His new aura was undeniable, calm yet brimming with immense power. Satria, still engaged in his own battle, froze mid-attack, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. "No way, it can't be. You're..." Naruto's voice rang out, steady and strong. "Dexata! I'm demanding a rematch for our duel." The demon grin widened in amusement. "Who? Are you approaching me? Instead of running away, you're coming right to me." Naruto smirked. "I can't beat the crap out of you without getting closer." Dexata threw back his head and laughed, his booming voice shaking the ground. "Oh ho! Then come as close as you like." Meanwhile, Satria's expression shifted from shock to confusion. "Wait, that line, it feels familiar. Fatalis, holy shit! Is that a JoJo reference?" Jiraiya, watching from a safe distance with a group of injured heroes, blinked in disbelief. "Am I seeing things, or is that my student over there?" Satria squinted, his face a mix of curiosity and shock. "You're not imagining it, old man. But, if that's who I think it is, this confirms the multiverse theory, that's Naruto Uzumaki." "Naruto freaking Uzumaki?" Jiraiya's expression shifted into a grin. "Hat! That kid just keeps surprising me." Captain America stepped forward, rallying the heroes. "You heard him. Let's clear the area and help the injured. This is a fight we shouldn't interfere in." Naruto and Dexata squared off, the tension between them palpable. The wind seemed to still, the world holding its breath in anticipation. Naruto's aura flared, his newfound strength flowing through him, a blend of his own spirit and the power of Terror Blade. His eyes glimmered with unshakable determination. Dexata raised his weapon, his predatory grin. "Come on, Patroness. Show me what you've got, and before you die, tell me your true name." Naruto met the demon's gaze, his eyes blazing. "I am Uzumaki Naruto." And I will show you the power of a man who has conquered his own darkness. As the battlefield stilled, the heroes and villains alike watched in awe as Naruto prepared to face Dexata once more, this time, with the power of Terror Blade coursing through his veins. What happened to you in such a short time? Dexata asked, his voice laced with suspicion. I sense something new about you. Naruto grinned confidently, his hand resting on the hilt of Aim no Murakamo. Who knows? Without warning, Naruto dashed forward, his speed like a blur. His blade sliced toward Dexata, but the Demon Lord's spear intercepted it with a loud clang of metal. So impatient, Dexata sneered. Don't worry. I'll make your death quick if not painless. With a feral grin, he unleashed Dark Nova, the explosive blast throwing Naruto backward. Naruto rolled to his feet, grimacing but undeterred. He tightened his grip on his sword, shifting into a defensive stance. His posture shifted into one of pure focus, the aura around him calming as he drew from his training in Takamagahara. Dexata tilted his head, intrigued. An interesting form. What are you planning now, Patroness? Form 3, Naruto, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. Focus on defense. Buy time. Look for his openings. Naruto nodded subtly, steeling himself. Dexata charged, his spear striking with relentless force. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the battlefield. Naruto parried each blow with precision, his stance unyielding. What's the matter, Uzumaki Naruto? Dexata taunted. Do you think you can win by simply defending? Naruto ignored him, his eyes scanning for a moment of weakness. Finally, he saw it. With a sharp inhale, Naruto swung his blade downward but intentionally missed Dexata, his strike hitting the ground instead. The demon smirked. A miss? How disappointing! Before he could finish, Naruto reversed the cut mid-swing, bringing the blade back up in a fluid arc. Tsubaimagaishi. The upward slash tore through Dexata's defenses, slicing his side. Blood spurted from the wound as the demon staggered back, his expression twisting in fury. What? Dexata bellowed, his hand gripping the bleeding wound. Naruto smirked, his stance relaxing slightly. What's wrong, Dexata? Feeling your limits? Dexata's eyes burned with rage. You dare to wound me? An insignificant creature dares harm the great Dexata. The demon roared, a sound so deafening that those nearby instinctively clutched their ears. Fine. I already calm myself. Let us continue this death match, Patroness. Dexata surged forward, his spear now cloaked in crackling red lightning. Each strike came faster, harder, and deadlier. Naruto gritted his teeth, his Hopushin Rikudo mode barely holding against the relentless assault. Despite his best efforts, one strike slipped through, piercing his side. Gah! Naruto coughed, blood dripping from his lips as he dropped to one knee. Dexata loomed over him, grinning viciously. I expected more from you, Patroness. Is this truly all you have? Are you done already? Naruto's hands trembled as he gripped his sword. If not for Hopushin Rikudo, that would have been the end of me, he thought, his breaths labored. Kurama growled. This is bad, really bad. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Matadabi's voice chimed in, filled with concern. Naruto forced himself to stand, his legs shaky but determined. If my body can still move, I'll fight. I'll protect the people who are important to me no matter what. Dexata's grin faltered, replaced with something akin to respect. Well said, Patroness. You have my admiration. He floated upward, his spear raised high as dark energy gathered around him. But respect won't save you. A storm of spears rained down upon Naruto, each strike crackling with malevolent energy. He dodged, blocked, and countered as best as he could, but the relentless onslaught began to overwhelm him. Naruto's resolve burned brightly, but his movements were slowing. I can't keep this up, but I won't give up. I'll grow stronger for the people who need me. Then, disaster struck. A sharp crack echoed as Dexata's spear clashed with Naruto's blade one final time. Aim no Murakamo shattered, its sacred edge breaking into two pieces. Naruto froze, staring at the broken weapon in disbelief. Dexata grinned wickedly. Did you really think you could best me with such a fragile toy? Know your place, lowlife. Kurama's voice boomed in Naruto's mind. This can't be happening. The Imperial Regalia, broken. Kokuo chimed in, her voice steady but grave. What now, Naruto-kun? Shikaku's panicked yell cut through the din. Run, bitch! Run! Matatabi hissed, her tone laced with frustration. Shut up, you cowardly rat! Underscore 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 underscore. Kazuma-sama, wait a second, isn't that the hyperactive blonde kid from the Chunin exams? Ice sadist, my instincts were right. He had untapped potential. Look at him now. Batman Jr., what are you two talking about? Kazuma-sama, you missed it. Watch the file labeled Chunin exams. You'll see what I mean. Batman Jr., this guy, he's the same kid? But stronger, an adult. Evil spirit, Era who knew that cheerful boy would grow into such a strong and handsome man. Amelia, don't give up, God of Hope-san. Underscore 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 underscore. Spectators POV. Satria and the others watched intently as Naruto clashed swords with Dexata. The two warriors moved with incredible speed, their weapons creating sparks as they collided. Naruto's swordsmanship was surprisingly polished, each strike showcasing skill far beyond what many expected. His technique is incredible, Satria remarked, eyes fixed on the battle. That move just now, it's the Tsubangaeshi. How does he know that? Satria's voice carried awe, as he recalled seeing the legendary technique in the Fate series. Jiraiya, who stood beside him, was equally amazed. I didn't know Naruto was so skilled with a sword. That's not something I taught him. Satria chuckled and crossed his arms. You're forgetting something, old man. He's the son of Kushina Uzumaki, the red habanero. It's in his blood. Jiraiya smacked his forehead in realization. You're right. How could I forget something that important? Satria chuckled, shaking his head. Sometimes, I wonder how you're a legendary Sunin. Jiraiya shot him a mock glare. Hey, watch it, kid. You may be a dimension-hopping badass, but respect your elders. The banter was cut short as a massive burst of energy erupted from the battlefield. Both men turned their attention back to Naruto, who stood amidst the chaos, battered but unyielding. Jiraiya's expression softened, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Still, that kid has grown. He's come so far from the hyperactive knucklehead who used to prank the village. Satria nodded. And yet, some things never change. That determination of his? It's what makes him unstoppable. Jiraiya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If this Naruto can grow into that, then maybe. Satria raised a brow. What's on your mind? Jiraiya grinned mischievously. I think it's time I start training his chibi version properly. Maybe help him tap into that Uzumaki potential a little earlier. Satria smirked. Good luck with that. I hope you're ready for double the headaches. Artoria Pendragon, her keen warrior's gaze locked on the battlefield, added, the move was brilliant. Naruto feigned failure in his stance, lulling his opponent into overconfidence, and then countered with precision. It's a masterful tactic. Before they could say more, Dexata let out a deafening roar of frustration, forcing everyone to cover their ears. The demon's rage was palpable, its aura flaring with violent energy. When the roar subsided, Dexata moved, its speed now blinding, and launched another relentless assault on Naruto. Satria cursed under his breath. He's faster now. Damn it! Dexata's spear shot forward, piercing Naruto's side once again. Blood splattered onto the ground, and the group winced at the sight. Naruto's wounds are opening up again, Artoria said, concern evident in her tone. This isn't looking good. Satria clenched his fists but forced himself to stay still. Look at his eyes, he muttered. He hasn't given up yet. I'll only step in if it gets truly dangerous. On the battlefield, Naruto stood again, staggering but unyielding. Blood dripped from his wounds, but his resolve burned brighter than ever. I will never give up, Naruto declared, his voice unwavering despite the pain. As long as I can stand, I'll fight. I'll protect the people who matter to me no matter the cost. Satria felt a smile tug at his lips. You're something else, Naruto. Somehow. I want to fight you myself someday. Beside him, Jiraiya's voice was thick with pride. Even in another world, my student's spirit doesn't change. I couldn't be prouder. Dexata let out a guttural roar and leaped high into the air, its spear aimed straight for Naruto. The sheer speed of the attack created afterimages in the sky. What insane speed and power! Satria exclaimed, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. This is bad. Naruto raised his blade to block, but with a resounding crack, the weapon shattered in two. The group gasped in shock. His weapon broke. Jiraiya shouted, already preparing to intervene. Satria tightened his grip on his sword. I'm going in. I'll join you, Artoria said, stepping forward with her blade gleaming. But to their astonishment, Naruto remained calm. There was no despair in his eyes. Instead, he slowly walked toward the broken pieces of his weapon on the ground. Fatalis, what is he doing now? The Black Dragon wondered, her tone a mixture of curiosity and admiration. I don't know, Satria replied, his brows furrowed in confusion. As Naruto picked up the broken half of his blade, he faced Dexata with an unyielding glare. You're strong, Dexata, he admitted. I didn't think anyone could break Aim no Murakumo like that. The mention of the legendary blade left the onlookers stunned. Aim no Murakumo. Satria repeated in disbelief. Is he saying that's the imperial regalia of Japan? Strange jaw dropped. That's supposed to be a myth. How did he end up with something like that? Naruto ignored their amazement and continued speaking to Dexata. His words, though calm, seemed to provoke the demon, who snarled and readied another attack. As the battle reached a critical point, a blinding white light enveloped Naruto, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. What is that? Jiraiya asked, squinting against the brilliance. In the midst of the light, Naruto's voice rang out, firm and resolute. Since you've never known what it means to care for someone, Dexata, let me teach you. To be continued. Chapter 46, Chapter 38. The Heavenly Demon God. Dexata stared at the transformed figure of Patronus with a mix of disbelief and rage. Naruto now stood in a form unlike anything seen before, a towering humanoid figure with divine, glowing white wings that shimmered with a holy radiance, juxtaposed with a demonic aura of raw, crimson energy. His entire body radiated a god of hope's brilliance while simultaneously exuding the terrifying presence of a demon overlord. In his hand, he wielded a breathtaking war glaive etched with ancient runes, pulsing with untamed power. Satria's jaw dropped. Oh my god! Is that Terror Blade Arcana? His voice carried a mix of astonishment and geeky excitement. How? I never thought I'd see something from Dota 2 in real life. Dexata, however, wasn't amused. His normally calm demeanor faltered as a rare twinge of fear crept into his voice. This shouldn't be possible. How can a mortal like you combine divine power with the essence of a demon? Naruto's piercing gaze locked onto Dexata, and he smirked. His voice, now deeper and far more intimidating, carried a weight that made the air vibrate. Who knows? Dexada's hands trembled, his grip tightening around his spear. He roared in frustration, masking his intimidation with anger. Then I'll make you tell me, patroness. Naruto took a step forward, his new aura shaking the very ground beneath him. It's time to end this, Dexada. Dexada sneered, summoning his diabolic edict to encircle his spear. End this? Don't overestimate yourself just because you powered up a little. He dashed forward, his speed blurring the distance between them. But before his spear could strike, Naruto sidestepped and delivered a devastating kick to Dexada's stomach, sending him hurtling through 3 buildings. The structures crumbled in an explosion of rubble and dust. Dexada groaned as he emerged from the wreckage, purple lightning crackling around him. His rage burned brighter than ever. I'll kill you, patroness. Naruto teleported to his location in an instant, standing tall amidst the rubble. His glare was unwavering. Get up, Dexada. This isn't over yet. You owe a debt for all the innocent lives you've taken. Dexada snarled, his eyes glowing with hatred. You'll regret crossing me. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, astonished. What is this transformation? When did you gain this kind of power? Shikaku chuckled in his usual sarcastic tone. Who cares? He's finally got what it takes to kick this guy's ass. Matatabi chimed in, her voice tinged with concern. Be careful, Naruto-kun. This opponent is still dangerous. Dexada stomped his spear into the ground, the impact causing an ominous quake. Vile nature magic, split earth. The ground beneath them cracked open, jagged spikes of dark stone erupting toward Naruto in rapid succession. Naruto leapt into the air effortlessly, his glowing wings carrying him higher as he analyzed Dexada's moves. His connection to nature magic, it's twisted, vile. Completely unnatural. Suddenly, Dexada appeared behind him, his spear poised to strike. Where are you looking, patroness? Naruto spun around, his war glaive intercepting the attack with a resounding clash. Sparks flew as their weapons collided, the force of the impact creating a shockwave that rippled across the battlefield. Naruto smirked. Heavenly demon god style, rage of twin wind demons. With a swift motion, he unleashed 2 crescent-shaped slashes of radiant energy aimed directly at Dexada. Dexada gritted his teeth and slammed his spear into the ground. Abyss magic, wall of purgatory. A massive firewall erupted around him, blocking the incoming attack with roaring flames. As the flames dissipated, Naruto landed gracefully back on the ground, his senses tingling. Something was wrong. The atmosphere had shifted. Kurama's voice growled in warning. Naruto, something isn't right. Naruto's eyes darted around as a thick mist began enveloping the area, and he realized they were no longer in their realm. This place. Dexada's laughter echoed ominously from the mist. You've finally noticed, haven't you? Naruto's surroundings morphed into a nightmarish landscape. The sky was an eerie crimson, and grotesque, twisted trees clawed at the air like tortured souls. The ground was cracked and blackened, oozing a viscous, glowing liquid that hissed like acid. Welcome to my wonderland, patroness, Dexada sneered, his voice dripping with malevolence. Naruto narrowed his eyes, gripping his glaive tightly. Let's finish this, Dexada. No matter where you take me, I'll make sure you pay for what you've done. Spectator POV. This is impossible. How can he obtain this power? Dr. Strange muttered, his tone filled with disbelief. Tony Stark, rarely seeing Strange this shaken, frowned. What do you mean? What he's doing right now? Strange gestured toward Naruto, now radiating an awe-inspiring golden aura. It's like mixing order and chaos, 2 forces that are fundamentally opposed. This shouldn't be possible. Yet, somehow, he's done it. Before them, Naruto and Dexada clashed again, their blows shaking the very earth. Giant spikes erupted from the ground, aimed at Naruto, but he effortlessly evaded them, soaring into the sky. The battle raged on, the earth quaking with every exchange, until both combatants returned to the ground. Then, the unexpected happened. A thick mist began to engulf the city, spreading rapidly like an ominous tide. "This mist, something's wrong," Thor muttered, gripping Mjolnir tightly. Doctor Strange narrowed his eyes. "I have a bad feeling about this. I don't think we're in our realm anymore." Captain America raised his shield, his voice calm but commanding. "Avengers, assemble! Stay close, and watch each other's backs." The mist cleared, revealing a horrifying, otherworldly landscape. The group stood amidst twisted, nightmarish scenery, dark, jagged terrain stretched into an ominous crimson sky. "Is this a reality marble?" Artoria asked, her voice laced with caution. "Whatever it is, my instincts are screaming that this place is bad news," Satria said grimly, gripping his weapon. Jiraiya looked around nervously. "Feels like we just stepped into Silent Hill. No dull moments with you guys, hey." Even Spider-Man shuddered, his usual wit faltering. "This place is like the set of every horror movie combined. I hate it." Suddenly, Beoponsith stepped closer to Peter, her tone urgent. "Master, something's coming, something demonic. And it's a lot." The air grew heavier as the group turned their gaze forward. From the shadows, an army of grotesque demons began to emerge, their roars filling the nightmarish air. "Now, witness my masterpiece," Dexata's booming voice echoed. "Watch as my pets butcher your precious friends." Naruto stepped forward, his voice unwavering. "Your fight is with me, not them." Hercules cracked his knuckles. "Looks like we're in another realm. First things first, let's wipe these abominations out." Tony Stark glanced at Doctor Strange. "Think you can open a portal? Get us out of here." Strange shook his head, already focusing his magic. "I'll try, but I need time. Protect me while I concentrate." "Damn it, more of these ugly monsters," Captain Marvel grumbled, her fists glowing with energy. Thor and Hulk didn't wait. Charging into the demon horde, Thor roared, "For Asgard," as Mjolnir crashed into the demonic army, scattering them like leaves. Hulk smash! The green giant's thunderous fists pulverized demons left and right. Satria took a deep breath. "Henshin!" As his Calamity Rider armor enveloped him, he turned to the others. "You ready?" Jiraiya summoned his courage, attempting a summoning jutsu. Smoke erupted and nothing appeared. He chuckled nervously. "Well, maybe not as ready as I thought." Satria sighed, pulling a card from his drag visor. Sliding it into the slot, a mechanical voice announced. "Strike vent. Saber, Jiraiya, Spy Day, cover me. I'll gather power to wipe these demons out." The trio nodded. Jiraiya leaped into the fray, forming a massive Raise Nan. "Take this!" Odama Raise Nan. Though the attack took out several demons, the horde seemed endless. Artoria slashed through wave after wave of demons, her movements elegant yet desperate. Her mana reserves were dwindling without her master's supply, limiting her full strength. Peter and Beoponsith stood back to back, surrounded by a relentless horde of demons. Peter's mind raced. Should I use that weapon? But there are too many people here. It could hurt them too. Beopon, do you have a plan to end this madness? Peter asked, his voice tinged with frustration. As much as he relied on his intellect and agility, magic was still a mystery to him. Beopon glanced at him, her crimson eyes sharp and calculating. "We need to defeat the caster of this spell to stop these demons." "But..." She hesitated, lowering her voice, "We are no match for him right now, Master." Her honesty cut deep, but Peter respected it. He clenched his fists. "So we're stuck here?" Beopon nodded. "For now, yes," I can't use my noble phantasm freely. If I do, I risk losing control. It's too dangerous. Peter's expression hardened. He hated feeling powerless, especially when his loved ones could be in danger. His thoughts drifted to Gwen, Aunt May, and even Beopon herself. He swore to himself. I'll never let my family be harmed by my enemies. Never. Taking a deep breath, Peter made his decision. If we can't beat him yet, I'll at least make sure these demons don't get to anyone else. He reached into his arsenal, activating his hidden trump card. Sixth form, Mecha Spider Suit. Beopon stepped back as a brilliant light surrounded Peter. A massive, gleaming mecha materialized, dwarfing the battlefield. Its sleek, arachnid-inspired design shimmered with advanced technology and a hint of arcane energy, the result of Peter's genius combined with his Forge Stone's power. The sight left everyone stunned. Tony Stark blinked in disbelief. This kid! He muttered, both impressed and bewildered. Satria's jaw dropped. Holy shit, Spidey! How the hell do you have something like this and didn't tell me? He sounded half jealous, half amazed. I've been dreaming about having my own Gundam, and you just casually whip one out. Peter, now piloting the towering mecha, didn't respond. His focus was on charging the suit's energy cannon. A glowing orb of energy formed in the mech's hands, growing brighter with every second. Fire! Peter commanded. A colossal beam erupted, obliterating the wave of demons in its path. The sheer force of the attack left the ground scorched and quaking. Satria's eyes sparkled like a child's. Damn it, Spidey! You're so cool right now. Beopon crossed her arms, a smug smile curling her lips. As expected of my little spider. You're my pride and joy, master. Underscore 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 underscore. Kazuma-sama, I agree with Satria, that was beyond awesome, at Spider. Batman Jr., seriously, when did he build this? This is incredible. Evil spirit, boys and their toys, so childish. Underscore 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 underscore. As Peter's attack faded, the battlefield fell into a momentary silence. Jiraiya whistled in amazement. Peter-kun, that was incredible. Thor grinned, gripping Mjolnir. Impressive, little spider. You've earned your place among warriors today. Tony Stark rubbed his temples, equal parts impressed and frustrated. Okay, I have to talk to him after this. How did he build something like that under my nose? Peter let out a breath as the mecha powered down slightly, still standing tall. He glanced at Beopon, who gave him an approving nod. All right, Peter said, determination burning in his voice. Let's finish this fight. Satria clenched his fist as he watched Peter's giant mecha unleash destruction on the battlefield. His pride prickled. I can't lose to him. Damn this Spidey brat. How does he even have something like that? Fatalis, ah, my cute little puppy is jealous. How adorable he. Satria shot back, his tone sharp. I'm not jealous, fool. But even he knew it sounded defensive. Refocusing his energy, Satria took a deep breath and drew his bow. Fiery, destructive energy gathered at the tip of his arrow, crackling with unbridled power. Everyone, fall back, he shouted to the others, his voice carrying authority. As the heroes scattered, he loosed the charged arrow. Arrow of Calamity. The resulting explosion was catastrophic, a fiery shockwave tearing through the demon horde. The sheer force of the blast carved a deep crater into the ground and would have leveled a mountain if Satria had let it. Artoria turned, awe shining in her emerald eyes. That firepower, truly remarkable. Susan Storm blinked in surprise. You're incredible, Satria. I didn't know you had this kind of power. Satria gritted his teeth, scanning the battlefield. Despite the devastation he'd caused, the demon horde seemed endless. "Tch, there are still too many of them," he muttered. The voice echoed in his mind, her tone smug yet approving. "Fatalis, your power has improved significantly since the awakening. That arrow of calamity, much stronger than before. Well done." Thor approached, his hammer resting on his shoulder. "You wield incredible strength, young warrior," he said, nodding in approval. Satria offered a brief smile. "Thanks, Thor, but let's save the compliments for later. Focus on the fight." Thor grunted in agreement and charged back into the fray. As the battle raged, Satria felt his stamina waning. He sighed internally. "I've used too much power lately. I just want to go home and let Kiyohime and my white dragon princess pamper me." His thoughts drifted momentarily as he glanced at his deck of cards. A new card glowed faintly, drawing his attention. "Advent," he thought, flipping the card over. "Should I use it?" His musings were interrupted by a sudden surge of danger. His instincts screamed at him to turn his attention to Naruto and Dexata, who were locked in an intense duel. Above them, a massive magic circle materialized in the sky, its ominous glow bathing the battlefield in a crimson hue. Satria's heart sank. "This is..." he whispered, the dread in his voice palpable. "You bastard!" Naruto roared, his voice echoing through the battlefield. Dexata chuckled darkly, his lips curling into a twisted smile. That's the expression I've been waiting for. Shall we, then?" Without warning, Dexata unleashed a volley of crimson lightning bolts from his spear, each strike tearing through the battlefield and carving deep scars into the earth. The sky crackled with their unholy energy, but Naruto responded with his mastery over wind. "Wind style, cyclone barrier." Naruto's voice rang out as a swirling vortex of wind enveloped him, dissipating the lightning before it could reach him. Dexata tilted his head, amused. "You can't run forever, Patronus. Surrender to the might of the Burning Legion." His spear began to glow ominously, its crimson light intensifying as he swung it downward. A massive wave of fire erupted, roaring like a living beast as it surged toward Naruto. Naruto didn't flinch. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, his hands moving in swift, precise gestures. Heavenly magic, celestial water torrent. A colossal torrent of water burst forth, meeting Dexata's infernal flames head-on. Steam filled the air as the two forces collided, each trying to overpower the other. Dexata's eyes narrowed, a flicker of intrigue in their depths. This water, it's different from what you've used before. Fascinating." He grinned, raising his free hand to the sky. Chanting in an ancient, guttural tongue, he summoned an enormous magic circle above them. The crimson sigil pulsed ominously, radiating an oppressive heat that made the air shimmer. "Naruto, that's dangerous," Kurama's voice boomed in Naruto's mind, his tone heavy with warning. "If that attack lands, it could destroy the earth." Naruto's grip on his war glaive tightened, his determination unwavering. As the demon soared into the air, spear in hand, his weapons began to hum. A faint, melodic whisper echoed in his ears. "Use me, together, we can shatter his might." Naruto closed his eyes briefly, acknowledging the spirit of his weapons. "All right then," he muttered, a fierce glint in his eyes as he raised the twin blades. "Let's give it a shot." As Dexata descended, his spear brimming with fiery destruction, Naruto crouched, his war glaive glowing with an ethereal light. The battlefield seemed to hold its breath, the world waiting for their clash. "If this demon's attack lands, we're doomed," Thor shouted, his voice tense with urgency. The voice echoed his thoughts, her tone uncharacteristically serious. "Fatalis, this isn't an exaggeration. If that attack connects, it'll destroy this world." "I'm not joking, Satria." Satria gritted his teeth, glancing at the ominous glow of Dexata's spear. "This is bad, really bad." Susan Storm, sensing his unease, turned to him. Satria, do you have a plan to stop this? He hesitated, his gaze fixed on the demon. I can't counter something like that, not yet. The best I can do is get us out of here and save as many people as possible. His voice softened, tinged with guilt. I have a family waiting for me back home. I can't die here. Johnny Storm stepped forward, his fiery aura flaring. Satria, please, if things go south, save my sister. I'm begging you. Susan's eyes widened in disbelief. Johnny. What are you saying? What about you? Johnny grinned, his usual cocky demeanor now replaced by a quiet resolve. Nah, sis. I'll hold the line. What am I gonna tell Dad if I let something happen to you? Satria met Johnny's gaze, a flicker of respect passing between them. You've got a good brother. Don't worry. I'll protect her. Johnny nodded, the flame around him intensifying. Thanks, man. Without another word, he charged back into the demon horde, fighting with everything he had. Satria turned his attention to Naruto, his heart pounding. Naruto, you've got a plan, right? You must have a plan. In the distance, Dexata floated high above, his spear glowing brighter than ever. The sky seemed to darken around him as he chanted, his voice reverberating like thunder. Now, witness true power, patroness. Dexata bellowed. Abyss magic, spear of destruction. A colossal surge of energy erupted from his spear, aimed directly at Naruto. The sheer force of it warped the air, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Naruto didn't flinch. He adjusted his stance, his war glaive glowing with a divine light. Heavenly demon god style, eraser. This technique is Naruto's most potent discovery, born from the fusion of his innate energy with the dark, otherworldly essence of Terror Blade. By merging their power, Naruto achieves an ability that transcends conventional limits. Eraser doesn't merely destroy, it negates of all power. The clash was cataclysmic. Naruto's weapon met Dexata's spear mid-air, and for a moment, it seemed the world held its breath. Then, with a resounding crack, the unthinkable happened. Dexata's spear shattered, its fragments disintegrating into nothingness. What? No. This is impossible. Dexata's voice wavered with disbelief as he stared at his broken weapon. How could you? Naruto's eyes burned with determination. This ends now, Dexata. Prepare to face your judgment. Desperate, Dexata retreated into the shadows, attempting a final attack. Abyss magic, Abyss Walker. He lunged from Naruto's shadow, his claws aimed for Naruto's back. But Naruto was ready. In one swift motion, he spun and severed Dexata's hand with a clean slash. Damn you! Dexata howled, clutching his stump. His eyes widened in horror as he realized something was wrong. Why can't I regenerate? Naruto's war glaive gleamed with a faint blue aura. The Eye of Skadi, Dexata whispered, his voice trembling. How do you possess that artifact? Naruto's expression hardened. Someone entrusted me with this power, to destroy monsters like you. With a powerful leap, Naruto closed the distance. His war glaive glowed brighter as he brought them down in a final, decisive strike. Heavenly demon god style, judgment slash. No way. Someone like me being defeated by insignificant creatures? Curse you! Uzumaki Naruto. Dexata's head was severed cleanly from his body. He let out one last anguished cry before his form crumbled into ash, carried away by the wind. The sky cleared, and the eerie, hellish landscape dissolved. The city returned to normal, though it lay in ruins, the aftermath of the battle still evident. Satria scanned the devastated city, his heart heavy. The streets were littered with rubble, and the cries of survivors filled the air. This place is done for, he muttered. So many lives lost, so much destruction, and I thought the devils in my world were bad. Fatalis, it's over, Satria. You did what you could. Naruto stood silently amidst the wreckage, his war glaive sheathed. Despite his victory, his face was solemn, the weight of the battle pressing heavily on him. ________________________ Kazuma-sama, he won. I can't believe it. Ice sadist, Fufu, the blonde boy from the Chuunin exams is now a force to be reckoned with. I want him. Batman Jr., such overwhelming power. How did he become so strong? Emilia, they survived. I'm so glad. __________________________________________ Satria sighed, his thoughts drifting to home. At least it's over. Finally. I can go home and rest. To be continued. Chapter 47, Chapter 39. Uzumaki Naruto. New York City, United States. The battle had ended, leaving the wreckage of the city and a group of heroes standing in its aftermath. As the dust settled, several figures began approaching Naruto, their curiosity piqued. Hey, guys! What's up? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head. Despite the intimidating display of power he had shown earlier, his demeanor was casual and friendly. Thor was the first to speak, his booming voice filled with admiration. You fought valiantly, my friend. I must demand a sparring match with you one day. Before Naruto could respond, Satria stepped forward, studying him carefully. Are you really Uzumaki Naruto? His voice carried a mix of skepticism and awe. Satria's mind raced, still trying to reconcile the powerful warrior in front of him with the blonde idiot he had once watched in his previous life. Back then, Naruto's world had been one of action, heart and humor. But this was something else entirely. That's me, Date Bayo. Naruto replied, his voice slipping into its classic tone. Realizing how out of place it sounded, he immediately covered his mouth, embarrassed. Satria chuckled, finally seeing a glimpse of the goofy Naruto he remembered. Yep, it's definitely you. Dr. Strange stepped forward, his expression curious. How exactly did you combine demonic energy with your own power? That shouldn't even be possible. Naruto gave him a sheepish grin. That's a secret, he replied cryptically, unwilling to delve into the details with a stranger. Meanwhile, Peter Parker had stepped out of his mecha suit, absorbing it back into a device of his own creation. He joined the group, his excitement evident. Your transformation was amazing. It reminded me of Satria's. Naruto smiled. Yours was pretty cool too, Spy-Day. That suit and all your gadgets? I'm impressed. I've never seen a Spider-Man quite like you. Naruto had watched Peter during the battle and noticed how different this version of Spider-Man was. His tech was cutting edge, and he wasn't afraid to go to extreme lengths to protect others even if it meant crossing moral lines. I just hope it doesn't change him too much, Naruto thought, concern flashing briefly in his eyes. Once you take a life, it's hard to go back. Jiraiya finally approached, his eyes filled with disbelief. Are you really my student? Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto deactivated his transformation, his intimidating form giving way to his regular appearance. His blonde hair, whisker marks, and European-style assassin's outfit made him look both familiar and alien. That's me, Ero Sennin, Naruto said with a grin before stepping forward and embracing his old teacher. Jiraiya smiled proudly. You may be different from the Naruto I know, but I'm proud of you. You've grown strong and still kept your good heart. Suddenly, a notification from the dimensional chat appeared before all its members. __________________. Mission complete. Rewards. 65,000 copyright shared. 25,000 copyright plus surprise box for God of Hope. 15,000 copyright plus surprise box for Shin. 15,000 copyright plus surprise box for King of Knights. 7,500 copyright plus surprise box for Jiraiya. 7,500 copyright plus surprise box for Spider-Man. New features unlocked. Dimensional ticket, travel to group members' worlds, 1000 copyright for members, 2000 copyright for outsiders. Gotcha, try your luck. 5000 copyright slash spin, 20,000 copyright for 5 spins with better odds. Underscore. Interesting, Satria muttered, scanning the notification. We've got time before we're sent back. Naruto, how about you tell us your story? How did you get this strong, and why are you here in this universe? Naruto scratched the back of his head, smiling. I guess I owe you all an explanation. Spy Day, do you have a place where we can talk without interruptions? Satria asked Peter. Peter thought for a moment before Baopansith chimed in. How about that place? It's still intact, isn't it? Peter nodded. Yeah, that should work. Follow me. As they started to leave, Susan Storm approached Satria. Satria, will you visit us later? I'd like to properly thank you for helping us. Susan Storm spoke with a warm smile, her voice soft but genuine. As she stood there, she couldn't help but feel a strange sense of safety around him. Her cheeks grew warm, a faint blush dusting her face. He's so handsome. And there's something about him that feels different, strong, reliable, safe. Yeah, man. You've gotta swing by the Baxter Building, Johnny chimed in enthusiastically before leaning closer to Satria, whispering with a mischievous grin. Looks like my sister has her eye on you. Why not give her a chance, hey? What do you think? Satria blinked, caught off guard by Johnny's comment. His gaze briefly flickered to Reed Richards, who was observing them from a distance with a sharp, analytical look. The scientist's tightly pressed lips and furrowed brow spoke volumes. He was clearly not thrilled about this potential development. Satria inwardly groaned. Wow! A love triangle with the smartest man alive and his, possibly future wife? You must be kidding me. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, thinking about how he was already juggling relationships back in his own world. Besides, polygamy isn't exactly smiled upon here, and I'd rather not find myself on the wrong side of Reed Richards. Or, worse, the Maker. No way. My adorable little puppy is thinking ahead for once. Are you sure you're not possessed by some responsible spirit or something? Fatalis teased in his mind, its tone dripping with mock surprise. Satria frowned, a small tic forming on his forehead. Do you seriously think I'm that much of an idiot? And stop calling me puppy. My mom and little sister are the only one who gets away with that. Fatalis snickered. Oh, really? Should I remind you of all the dumb things you've done in this life? What would your Bunda say if she saw you now, Satria-kun? His face flushed red as a pout tugged at his lips. I hate you. Ah, so cute when you sulk. I can't wait to finally break free and smother you. Satria quickly redirected his attention to Johnny, desperate to focus on anything else. So, are Susan and Reed together or? Johnny smirked knowingly. What? Nah, not really. I mean, maybe. They were kind of heading that way before you showed up. But hey, you're way more interesting than that boring guy. Satria raised an eyebrow. Boring? You're calling him boring? Johnny shrugged. Yeah. I mean, he is, right? Satria's sweat dropped. I can't argue with that. What are you two whispering about without me? Susan's voice interrupted their conversation, her curiosity evident. Johnny grinned cheekily. Nothing, sis. Just making sure Satria swings by later, right? He gave her a playful wink, which only deepened her blush. Satria sighed, resigned. Fine. I'll visit you guys when I can find some time. Susan's face lit up with a smile that seemed to outshine the Sunday promise. Promise, Satria replied with a soft smile. You better keep that promise, Mr. Satria, Susan teased, her tone playful yet sweet. He nodded, giving her a small wave before walking toward Naruto, who was busy dealing with a group of inquisitive heroes. As Satria approached, he leaned in close to whisper, "Hey, think you can use that teleportation trick of yours to get us all out of here?" Satria turned to the gathered heroes, his tone apologetic yet firm. "Sorry, everyone, but this Q&A session is officially over." With that, Naruto used his teleportation ability to whisk the group away, leaving the remaining heroes including a baffled Tony Stark behind. "Where did they go?" Captain America asked, scanning the area. Tony frowned. "That's what I'd like to know." Nick Fury stepped forward, his expression grim. "Find out everything you can about them. I don't like unknown variables running around unchecked in my country." The group arrived at Peter's home, the aftermath of their efforts still fresh in their minds. Thanks to Naruto's clone ability, countless innocent lives were saved. His shadow clones worked tirelessly, clearing the city of the countless burning legion demons that had invaded, ensuring no threats remained lurking in the shadows. Satria, with his speed force abilities, contributed in his own extraordinary way. Not only did he aid in saving lives, but he also took on the monumental task of restoring the city's infrastructure. Entire buildings that had been reduced to rubble were rebuilt in mere moments under his care. To accomplish this, Satria used his incredible learning speed. A quick trip to the library of one of America's most prestigious universities gave him all the knowledge he needed about architecture. He devoured countless books in seconds, absorbing the intricacies of structural design and repair. Armed with this newfound expertise, he worked at superhuman speed to repair New York's damaged skyline. The citizens of New York watched in awe, their admiration for the Black Flash growing by the second. They marveled at his selfless dedication, unaware of his true motives. Peter Parker, now back at his home with the group, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Satria and Naruto, for everything you've done for my city. I don't even know how to repay you." Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his head. "Don't worry about it. Protecting the innocent is my job, it's what I do." Satria, however, wasn't as modest. He let out an exaggerated sigh and rubbed his temples. "Sure, no problem, Spider-Boy. But if you really want to thank me, how about offering me something useful as payment? This was not an easy job, you know." Naruto shot him a playful glare. "Really? You're going to ask for payment after we just saved the city?" "Hey, saving the city isn't cheap," Satria replied, folding his arms. "Do you have any idea how much energy it takes to keep nightmares at bay in New York? If I'm not compensated properly, I might just redo this city and let this place fend for itself." Peter chuckled nervously, unsure if Satria was joking or not. "Right. I'll see what I can do." Naruto couldn't help but laugh. "You're unbelievable. You fix half the city and still have the energy to complain." "Complain? I'm just being practical," Satria retorted with a smirk, leaning back on Peter's couch. "Besides, I'd like to see you deal with this kind of chaos without losing your mind." Despite his grumbling, Satria's actions had clearly made an impact not just on the city, but on the people around him. Though his methods were unconventional, his heart was in the right place, even if he wouldn't admit it. Jiraiya chuckled at Satria's antics, while Saber let out a small sigh, her composed demeanor showing only a hint of amusement. Breaking the moment, Jiraiya turned to Satria with a curious smile. "So, which is it? Is your real name Shin or Satria?" Satria paused for a moment before answering. "It's Satria," he said, his voice steady. "Shin is just a nickname I use as camouflage in my new home. A way to blend in, you know." He looked thoughtful for a moment, his gaze shifting as if reflecting on his past. "But no matter where I go, I'll always appreciate my roots, my homeland. Satria is the name my parents gave me, and no matter what, I'll never forsake it. It's who I am. Jiraiya nodded approvingly, his expression softening. Good answer, kid. Never forget where you come from. That's the foundation that shapes you. Saber, standing nearby, folded her arms and offered a small but sincere smile. Honoring one's roots shows strength of character, Satria. Your resolve is admirable. Satria gave them both a confident grin. Thanks. It's not always easy, but it's part of who I am. Besides, what's the point of power if you lose yourself along the way? Naruto smirked. You might just be wiser than you look, Satria. But don't let it go to your head. Hey. I'm so tired. Baopon groaned as she flopped onto the sofa, spreading out like a cat. As expected, our home is the best. She sighed happily, a small smile forming on her face. Peter couldn't help but smile as he looked around his much larger house. The gold gifted by Esthethas from her world had sold for a fortune, all thanks to Baopon's impressive bargaining skills. If it were up to him, he'd have probably gotten half the price. Artoria watched her closely, her curiosity finally spilling over. It's probably late to ask, but, are you a servant? Baopon smirked, clearly amused. Yes, nice to meet you, Artoria Pendragon, or should I say, sister of my mother. Artoria's brow furrowed, her sharp gaze narrowing. My sister? Daughter? Don't tell me Yuri. Yes, Baopon interrupted with a playful grin. I am Baopon Sith, heir to Queen Morgan. My mother has told me plenty of stories about you, King of Britain. Artoria's eyes hardened, her lips pressing into a thin line. So, you're that witch's daughter. How were you summoned to this world? Phew, I was summoned by my master. She gestured toward Peter with a proud smile, causing Artoria to glance at him with sudden understanding. As long as you don't hurt my little spider, we are not enemies. No need to worry. She cast Artoria a pointed look. Don't look at me like that. Peter raised his hands defensively. I didn't exactly choose who got summoned. Satria chuckled from across the room. Man, you're lucky to have a girlfriend like her. Peter flushed, scratching the back of his neck. She's really too good to me. Naruto, sensing tension, leaned closer to Artoria. Is something wrong, Artoria-chan? Artoria shook her head, her expression softening but still guarded. No. I'm just surprised. I didn't expect to meet her daughter here. What's your problem with her mother? Maybe I can help. Naruto asked, his curiosity piqued. Artoria sighed, her voice curt. The story is long. All you need to know is that we're incompatible. Peter, feeling the unease, addressed the group. Is everything okay? I don't want any trouble between Baopon and you guys. Artoria shook her head again, offering a small bow. My apologies. I didn't mean to make a scene. It's okay, Saber. Peter's voice was calm but firm. If you have an issue with Baopon, we can talk about it later. Artoria quickly clarified. No, there's no issue with her. My problem is with her mother. Satisfied, Peter let out a relieved breath. All right. If you're sure. Meanwhile, Naruto had busied himself creating a complex seal around Peter's house. It shimmered faintly before vanishing from sight, designed to protect the house from outside interference. The kitchen was bustling with energy as Satria moved with precision and grace, his hands a blur as he chopped vegetables, stirred sauces, and flipped ingredients in a fiery dance of culinary expertise. The aroma wafting through Peter's home was enough to pull everyone from their conversations and into the kitchen, drawn by the irresistible scent. Naruto was the first to peek in. Oi, Satria, what are you making? It smells amazing. Just a little something to keep everyone happy, Satria replied with a smirk, expertly flipping a pan of sizzling stir-fry. Jiraiya leaned against the doorway, his arms crossed but unable to hide his curiosity. I didn't realize you could cook like this. You're full of surprises, aren't you? Satria shrugged nonchalantly, plating up a vibrant dish of grilled meat and vegetables. I had to learn. Back in my world, when you're traveling far away from home, you either eat well or suffer through bad food. I chose to eat well. Artoria stood beside Baobhan, her eyes wide as she watched Satria pour a glossy sauce over a steaming plate of rice. The way you move, it's like watching a swordsman at work. Cooking's not that different from combat, Satria replied with a grin, sprinkling fresh herbs over the dish. Timing, precision, and a lot of practice. By the time he was done, the dining table was covered in an impressive spread: golden brown roasted chicken, tender steaks, fragrant curries, crispy stir-fried vegetables, and desserts that looked like they belonged in a royal feast. Peter's jaw dropped as he surveyed the table. How did you make all of this so fast? It's part skill, part speed, Satria said, tapping his head with a wink. Let's just say I don't like wasting time. Naruto was already grabbing a plate, his mouth watering. Man, forget Ichiraku ramen. This is incredible. Artoria hesitated for a moment before taking a bite of the grilled meat. Her eyes widened, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. This is so good. I've eaten food from royal kitchens, but this surpasses it. Baobhan reluctantly tried a spoonful of the curry and immediately froze. I hate to admit it, but this is really delicious. She glared at Satria, though her tone softened. I'll let the fridge rating slide for now. Satria grinned sheepishly. Sorry, my powers burn through a lot of energy. He ate his food with relish and gestured toward Artoria. I can't speak for her, though. Artoria blushed but didn't stop eating. It's all his fault for making the food this good. Jiraiya, lounging nearby, gave an approving nod. I agree with Artoria-chan. You're a great cook, Satria-kun. Satria blinked, surprised. Really? I thought my cooking was pretty average. This is average. Peter stared at him, dumbfounded. Then I can't even imagine what you consider good. Artoria nodded in agreement, her cheeks still a bit pink. If this is average, then your standards must be unimaginable. As the group finished their feast, the lively chatter died down, and all eyes turned toward Naruto. All right, Naruto, now it's your turn, Satria said, leaning back in his chair with curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Tell us your story. We want to know more about you. Naruto hesitated, a somber look crossing his face. Satria immediately noticed and felt a pang of guilt. Hey, if it's too painful, you don't have to. Naruto raised a hand, offering a small, reassuring smile. It's fine. You're my friends. You deserve to know. The room grew silent as Naruto began. He explained how his world fell apart. The Juhobi, 10 Tails, an ancient beast of overwhelming power, had gained intelligence and a sinister personality. This led to a catastrophic battle that wiped out nearly everything he held dear. Only through the intervention of the Sage of Six Paths did Naruto survive. The sage entrusted him with a sacred mission, to traverse different worlds in search of a key capable of restoring his home. During his journey, Naruto faced countless trials and earned the favor of the Shinto pantheon, receiving the legendary Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. In another world, he worked tirelessly to rebuild the Uzumaki clan and found family among new friends and allies. As he spoke, his tone carried a mix of sorrow, resilience, and hope. _____________. As death, no wonder he's so strong. To endure that much suffering and remain so unwavering, it's admirable. He truly is worthy of my fated one. Kazuma-sama, what an unbelievable story, it's like something out of an anime or a movie. You're insane, Naruto. Amelia, I can't imagine the pain of losing everything and still standing tall. Naruto, you're truly incredible. Batman Jr. changed his nickname into Robin. Robin, he's strong in ways that go beyond physical power. To go through all that and not break. I have nothing but respect for you, Naruto. ___________. Artoria, quiet until now, finally spoke. Naruto, your story humbles me. I've seen my share of hardship, but it pales in comparison to yours. You've earned my deepest respect, as both a warrior and a person. Satria sighed, regret clear in his expression. I'm sorry for bringing that up, Naruto. I didn't mean to. Naruto shook his head, his signature warm smile returning. It's all right, Satria. Sharing this with all of you, it helps me carry it. And hey, don't look so down, it's not like you're the one who unleashed the Juhobi. Satria managed a chuckle at that. Still, it's hard to believe what you've been through. You're stronger than I could ever imagine. Naruto's gaze softened. Strength isn't just power, Satria. It's about the people who inspire you to keep moving forward. And by the way, what's that dark energy inside you? It feels similar to the Baijuyu I knew. Oh, that. Satria glanced at Fatalis's mark on his hand. It's my companion, Fatalis. Kind of like your Kurama, I guess. But don't worry, he's on my side. Naruto's face lit up. You don't see them as weapons, do you? That's good. That's how it should be. Satria smiled. You're the one who taught me that, Naruto. Fatalis chuckled warmly in Satria's mind. How sweet, my adorable little puppy. I love you too. Naruto's curiosity grew, but before he could press further, Jiraiya, who had been listening silently, let out a heavy sigh. His expression was tinged with guilt. Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto asked. The older man smiled faintly. Nothing, kid. Just. I feel like I failed you as a godfather, no matter the world. Peter, listening from the side, nodded in silent respect. Naruto. I don't even know what to say. You're one of the strongest people I've ever met, not just physically, but in your heart. How do you stay so, you? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I've got people to protect and memories to honor. That's enough to keep me going. Artoria, deep in thought, suddenly spoke again. Naruto, your strength amazes me, but so does your kindness. As King of Britain, I respect you immensely. Naruto grinned widely. Thanks, Artoria-chan. Coming from someone as strong and beautiful as you, that means a lot. Artoria blushed at his words, her face turning a deep shade of red. She quickly looked away, her heart racing. What am I thinking? He's already married, and I don't deserve such happiness. Never in her life had she encountered someone quite like him. The way he spoke about his family, the warmth and sincerity in his tone, struck a chord deep within her. It was clear how much he cherished those he held dear. For Artoria, memories of family were far from happy. Her time as a king had been fraught with duty and sacrifice, leaving her no room for personal joys or familial love. Deep down, she harbored a yearning she had never allowed herself to acknowledge, a longing to experience the unconditional love of a family. Unbidden, a vivid image formed in her mind, a peaceful life, one filled with warmth and laughter, standing beside the blonde man who had just praised her. Baopon Sith, watching her intently, couldn't hide her smirk. The legendary king of knights, flustered over a man? It was a sight to behold. I wonder what mother would say if she saw this. Baopon thought with amusement, chuckling internally. You. Artoria finally spoke, breaking the silence as she addressed Naruto. You said you had questions for me. Why do you want to know about me? My girlfriend is an archaeologist. She's curious about you, Naruto admitted with a warm smile. It was clear that he was doing all this to make her happy. Artoria froze for a moment upon hearing his words. A faint pang of hurt stirred within her, unexpected and unwelcome. She quickly shook it off, but the emotion lingered in her chest. Before anyone could comment, a surge of power filled the room. From Naruto's body emerged a small, chibi-sized nine-tailed fox, its presence exuding tremendous energy despite its diminutive form. Ah, finally, fresh air. Kurama stretched, his tiny frame looking oddly cute despite the overwhelming aura of strength he radiated. Satria and Jiraiya stared in stunned silence, their mouths slightly agape as they processed the sight of the legendary Baijuyo casually stepping out of Naruto's body. That's Kyuubi, right? How is he outside your body? Jiraiya asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and concern. Memories of the Kyuubi's rampages made him uneasy, despite the fox's seemingly harmless appearance. Kurama smirked at the legendary Sunin, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Relax, pervert Sunin. I'm a docile gentleman, as long as nobody gives me a reason to stop being one. Kwee-hee-hee. It's a long story, Naruto replied vaguely, avoiding giving a direct answer to his teacher. Satria, observing the interaction, felt a flicker of hope. He can somehow let his Baijuyu out without danger. Maybe he has a solution for you, Fatalis. Inside Satria, Fatalis purred with excitement. I'm happy you are thinking about it, Satria. Let's ask him about it later. Kurama, noticing the slight exchange of thoughts, cast a curious glance toward Satria, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's expression shifted into one of playful curiosity, his signature mischievous grin returning. Now, back to the most important part. Who's the lucky lady that managed to steal your heart, Naruto? Naruto's cheeks reddened slightly, but before he could answer, Satria chimed in with a smirk. Yeah, I want to know too. I mean, in your and in my perspective, you were the densest protagonist ever. Is this Princess Hyuuga or someone else? Naruto scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. No. No Hinata, I honestly can't see me and her together and not like that. Jiraiya burst out laughing, and Kurama snickered from the sidelines. Hey! Naruto protested, his face turning red. Satria's grin widened as he teased, wait a minute. Didn't you say earlier that you were married? And it wasn't Hinata, hey? And about this girlfriend of yours? Care to explain? Naruto sighed, clearly trying to figure out how to explain without inviting more teasing. Wahahaha! Naruto of all people is dense? The world must be upside down if that's true. Sun laughed, his booming voice filling the room as he heard Satria's claim about Naruto's legendary obliviousness. It's true, though, Jiki chimed in, nodding with a knowing expression. Only when he was in the elemental nations, though. After leaving that world, he started changing. The guy's becoming a much better man than before. Komei, always the playful one, grinned. Anyone want to bet? I'm thinking Arthuria's gonna end up in our Jinchuriki harem. Kakaka, I'll bet $5,000 she'll be with him within a month, Shikaku said, his voice full of confidence as he placed the first bet. I'll raise you $7,500 she'll be in his bed in 2 weeks, Jiki added, a wide grin on his face as he joined in on the wager. Sun, ever the enthusiast, gave a mischievous laugh. Ha! After witnessing Naruto's power and appeal, I'm betting $15,000 plus a snack from Ria. I give him 1 week to conquer her heart. The Baijuyu looked around, all confident in their predictions, except for Saiken. Her face was twisted with disgust. What a pervert! You all should be ashamed of yourself, turning our Jinchuriki into a womanizer, Saiken remarked coldly, glaring at her male brother. The 4 male Baijuyu quickly averted their gazes, sensing the terrifying stares coming from Matatabi, Kokuo, and Saiken. A brief silence followed, before the now familiar voice of Kurama broke the tension. His deep, rumbling voice echoed through the room, grabbing everyone's attention. "Let me tell you something," Kurama started, his voice filled with amusement. He pointed a paw at Naruto. "This Naruto? Unlike the one you guys know, he's got 4 wives, 1 girlfriend, and 4 kids. And he's still looking for more candidates," Kurama said proudly, a smug smile on his face as he looked at Naruto, who now had a cold sweat running down his face. Naruto blinked, the weight of Kurama's words hitting him all at once. When he glanced at Artoria, he saw her face twisted into an expression that sent a chill down his spine. Artoria's cold gaze locked onto him, and he couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat. The rest of the room went silent for a beat, each person processing Kurama's bombshell. "Hey!" Satria finally blinked in disbelief. What did he just say? 4 wives? 4 kids? Is he really that much of a... The others stared at Naruto with wide eyes, their mouths agape. What? To be continued. Chapter 48, Chapter 40. End of the battle. New York, United States. "I can explain this, Artoria-chan," Naruto said with a terrified look, sweat dripping down his face. ___________________. Kazuma-sama, bastard. And here I thought you were an innocent boy. I'm jealous. Death, oh my, this is quite fascinating. Evil spirit, Ara who knew the innocent boy we saw before is such a beast? And that fox is adorable. Can I hug him? At God. Amelia, ha, ha. Harem? Fearful face. Robin, how does he even handle that many women? Dating one is already troublesome enough. ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________Explain what to me, Naruto? Naruto began fumbling through an explanation, his words tumbling out in an incoherent mess. Well, you see, there's this thing about not being able to choose just one, and, I have my reasons, and, Satria watched with a raised brow. This is painful to witness. Should I step in or let him dig his own grave? The memory of Kiyohime and Valyana bickering flashed through Satria's mind, and he sighed. I can't even blame the guy. With this level of bad luck, he might actually outdo me someday. Fatalis chimed in with her usual dry tone. You mean outdo your stupidity, weirdness, and unearned self-confidence? Only the handsome part was accurate. Shut up, neat dragon. Stop teasing me for once. Satria protesting internally. Artoria, despite the clumsy explanation, listened intently. Her years as a king had honed her ability to discern sincerity, and she could tell Naruto was being honest. I'm not mad at you, she finally said, her voice calm. Your words, they're sincere. A faint smile crossed her lips. Perhaps, when we meet again, we can spar or... Her words trailed off, her cheeks warming slightly. Naruto perked up. Of course, Artoria-chan. Uzumaki Naruto never breaks a promise. Believe it. Satria nearly choked. Hold up, why are you acting like you won't see him again soon? You've got the dimensional chat tickets, Saber. You can visit him whenever you want. Artoria blinked, her face reddening further. Ah, you're right. I didn't think of that. She turned to Naruto. Would it be alright if I visited your household, then? Sure. You're always welcome, Naruto replied, flashing a bright smile. My home is your home. Satria pinched the bridge of his nose. What the hell is happening here? Did he just conquer the King of Knights without even trying? Fatalis snickered. It's like watching a romantic drama where the protagonist doesn't realize he's already won. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was sobbing tears of joy, furiously scribbling in his notebook. Naruto, my boy. You're a treasure trove of inspiration. I must immortalize this moment in my next book. Peter leaned over to Satria, whispering, is he always this smooth? Or is this just luck? Smooth? This is luck of an idiot who somehow stumbles into success, Satria muttered, still in disbelief. Beopan Sith, not to be outdone, sidled up to Peter, wrapping her arms around his. Master, they're making me jealous. How about we show them how much we love each other? Peter's face turned crimson. Beopan. Not now, he stammered, trying to gently pry her off. Finally, Satria couldn't take it anymore. All right, enough of the drama. Naruto, what's the deal with your transformation? I don't remember Kurama having that kind of power. Naruto's demeanor shifted slightly, becoming more serious. It's complicated. Someone entrusted me with this power to fight the Burning Legion. It's demon energy, but I can't reveal who gave it to me, at least, not yet. Satria narrowed his eyes. The Burning Legion, that means the entity who granted it must be someone like Illidan. But what's his endgame? This Illidan is not the type to give his power away for free. He is someone who is always hungry for power. All I can say is that this power was given to me to protect others. I'm still learning to control it, but I won't let it harm anyone. Satria couldn't help but marvel at how far Naruto had come. This version of Naruto was a far cry from the dense, bumbling ninja from the elemental nations. With mastery over almost every jutsu, 9 Baijuyu under his control, magical abilities, and even legendary swordsmanship, he was a force to be reckoned with. Honestly, Satria thought, maybe becoming Hokage would have been a waste of his potential. Fatalis, ever the cynic, sighed. A Hokage with this much power would have solved every problem in a week. But then, we'd have no drama to watch. Guys, just a heads up, you've got about 10 minutes until the system transports you back to your worlds, Peter reminded everyone, checking the countdown on his interface. What should we do until then? Jiraiya asked, glancing at the group with curiosity. Why don't we open our rewards from the mission? Satria suggested, leaning casually against a wall. Might as well see what we got while we're waiting. Artoria nodded, her expression softening. I agree. It'll be a good way to pass the time, and I'm curious to see what rewards we've earned. With unanimous agreement, the group began opening their surprise boxes. The moment Satria opened his reward, a notification appeared on his screen. A shimmering light coalesced into a thick, ancient-looking book bound in ornate leather. His eyes widened slightly as he read the item description. Private Journal of Qin Shi Huang, the writings of the first emperor who united China under one banner. Satria's lips curved into a grin. Magnificent! What secrets could this book hold? The personal thoughts and strategies of one of history's greatest rulers, this is beyond valuable. He ran his fingers lightly over the cover, feeling the weight of history in his hands. For Satria, power wasn't always about brute strength. To him, knowledge was the ultimate weapon, a tool to outwit, outmaneuver, and dominate in ways physical strength never could. This journal, it's more than a reward. It's a treasure. Though Satria had little interest in ruling, he recognized the significance of what he held. Qin Shi Huang's wisdom and insight had forged an empire from chaos, an empire that changed the course of history. Perhaps I don't desire to stand at the top, Satria thought, leaning back with a reflective look. But understanding the path of someone who did could make all the difference in my own journey. He smirked, closing the book with a soft snap. Wherever this knowledge takes me, I'll be ready. As the others excitedly discussed their rewards, Satria let his mind wander. He didn't care if his reward didn't grant him immediate power or flashy abilities. He'd always believed that strength fades, but wisdom lasts forever. It's a troublesome job to lead others, he mused, watching the lively chatter around him. But maybe, just maybe, this will show me how to navigate the chaos that lies ahead. For now, the journal would remain a mystery. But one thing was certain, it would guide him toward a future he couldn't yet see. After opening the mysterious box, Naruto froze in shock at what lay inside. Looks like destiny doesn't want us to stay apart, old friend, he thought, memories of his EMO teammate flashing in his mind. The bittersweet nostalgia of their countless battles and reconciliations brought a small smile to his face. Sasuke, what would you think if you saw this now? Before he could dwell further, a familiar voice chimed in. Wow! This dimensional chat is amazing. Father would be speechless to see his pupil already surpassing him. Son Goku exclaimed in a boisterous tone, his excitement filling Naruto's mind. Madadabi's soft, purring voice followed, her pride evident. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. With this, you've reached surpassed the level of our father at his peak. Kokuo, ever the composed one, added with calm satisfaction, now you've gained mastery over the yin-yang element. It's only a matter of time before you perfect father's greatest technique, the creation of all things. Naruto felt a surge of warmth hearing the praise from his Baijuyu allies, but before he could respond, an intense, searing pain shot through his eyes. He instinctively placed his hands over them, groaning as the heat built up, like a fire forging steel. When the pain finally subsided, he hesitated for a moment before slowly opening his eyes. The reflections in the nearby glass stunned him, the whites of his eyes had turned purple, and rippling patterns covered his irises, each decorated with 9 tomo. His breath hitched. The Rhine Sharingan. He felt the energy coursing through him, pure, unrestrained power. It was unlike anything he'd experienced before, even with Sage of Six Paths Chakra. The combined might of Asura and Indra's legacies now fully coalesced within him. Kurama, who had been silent until now, spoke with a rare tone of reverence. So, the new Rikuta Sennin has been born. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming strength surging in his veins. It wasn't just raw power, it was knowledge, understanding, and balance. He could feel the threads of reality itself bending at his will. But despite the exhilaration, Naruto closed his eyes, grounding himself. Power is a tool, nothing more. He wasn't the same knucklehead ninja who once sought strength for validation. This was a responsibility, a burden he would carry to protect the worlds connected through the dimensional chat. He opened his eyes again, the glow of his new Rhine Sharingan gleaming with resolve. Sasuke, father, everyone. I'll carry this legacy forward, not just for myself, but for all of you. Standing confidently, Naruto's face reflected a nostalgic smile, his eyes now a mesmerizing blend of crimson-red sclerae and rippling patterns. The Rhine Sharingan gleamed with unearthly power, signifying his evolution to a new plane of existence. Is that the Rhine Sharingan? Satria muttered, both impressed and slightly apprehensive. This guy is on another level now. Fatalis's amused tone echoed in his mind. Puppy, you might want to keep an eye on this one. The power of a god in the hands of someone as unpredictable as him? Quite the gamble. Satria chuckled. Naruto's never been the type to misuse power. If anything, this world might need him someday. What I mean is, when we crossed paths, I have a hunch that someday you and he will. The sudden, piercing headache struck Peter like a lightning bolt, forcing him to clutch his head and stumble. A pained expression twisted his face as a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged through his mind, foreign and yet hauntingly vivid. Master! What's wrong? Are you hurt? Baopan was instantly at his side, her arms supporting him as she gently caressed his head. Her crimson eyes shone with worry, her usual playful demeanor replaced by genuine concern. Peter gave her a weak nod, signaling that he was okay, though the truth was far more complicated. He understood now it was because of the strange card he had drawn from the surprise box. It wasn't just an item, it was a fragment of a soul, a piece of someone else's life. The memories came in waves, unrelenting and suffused with melancholy. He saw the life of a man who had walked a solitary path, driven by a singular, unwavering ideal, to be a hero of justice. A man who saved others at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing himself, his happiness, his pride, and ultimately his humanity. Peter's vision blurred as he watched the man's relentless struggle. He fought tirelessly, smiling for the people he saved, yet bearing the crushing weight of betrayal and loneliness. Friends abandoned him, allies turned against him, and still, he stood alone, wielding his ideals like a fragile blade against the world. Shidou Emiya. Peter murmured the name, a faint whisper on his lips, though he had no idea where it came from. The name felt heavy, laden with the weight of 1,000 sacrifices. Is this what I've been striving to become? His gaze flickered to Beoban, who was still holding him with anxious eyes. The mere thought of betraying her, betraying his family, made his stomach churn. No, he wasn't like the man in those memories. He would never let his ideals strip him of the people he loved. For the first time, Peter felt himself crash against the cold, unyielding wall of reality. No matter how much he saved others, no matter how many lives he protected, conflict would persist. War, greed, and hatred, they were constants, woven into the fabric of every era. His naive dream of saving everyone, of fixing the world, now seemed like the folly of a child. But those memories also left him with resolve, a new understanding. I will not end up like that forgotten hero. He wouldn't discard his loved ones for an impossible ideal. He would protect them, cherish them, and fight not for a perfect world, but for the people who mattered most. With a deep breath, Peter steadied himself. His resolve crystallized into a singular thought: if the world threatens my family, I'll put an end to that threat. No hesitation, no compromise. Beoban's soft touch brought him back to the present. Master, are you sure you're okay? She asked again, her voice trembling. Peter nodded firmly this time, his clarity restored. He stepped back, closing his eyes as the fragments of the forgotten hero's life settled into place within him. His hands moved instinctively, as though they had always known what to do. Trace on, he whispered, his voice steady and unwavering. In an instant, glowing circuits ran through his body like veins of light, his hands crackling with the energy of a new power. He felt the connection, the ability to shape weapons from nothing, to etch their history and purpose into reality. The legacy of Shidou Emiya, his pain, his strength, and his ideals, was now a part of him. Peter opened his eyes, a determined smile on his face. Thank you for the lesson, Shidou. I'll carry this gift forward in my own way. Satria's eyes narrowed as he processed the implications. Fatalis, that's Shidou Emiya's ability, isn't it? Exactly. Seems like he not only inherited the ability but also Emiya's memories and ideals, Fatalis replied, her tone slightly grim. The question is, which path will Peter choose? Emiya's journey was riddled with sacrifices and regrets. Will he learn from that, or repeat the same mistakes? Satria smirked, intrigued. We'll see. Peter's not the type to give up easily. If anything, this might make him stronger. The light of the surprise box dimmed, and as it faded, I felt a surge of warmth, something ancient and familiar, yet entirely new. It was not unlike the feeling of wielding Excalibur for the first time, a connection to something greater than myself. But this was different. The knowledge of the ability flooded into my mind, as though it had always been a part of me. Chivalric summoning. I closed my eyes and focused on the name, the meaning behind it. The ideals I had spent my life striving to embody, valor, loyalty, justice, and honor, all came alive in a way I had never imagined. This power didn't just belong to me. It was a call to every knight who had ever upheld these ideals, no matter where or when they existed. I opened my eyes and looked at the battlefield before me. There was chaos everywhere, but I could feel the strength of the summons waiting beneath the surface, a mere thought away. Let's test this. By the oath of chivalry, rise and fight. The summoning circle flared to life with golden light, crackling with energy. I hadn't expected it to work so quickly, and the force of the spell sent a faint gust through the room. When the light dimmed, standing in its place was a figure clad in crimson armor, her spiked gauntlets resting on the hilt of a gleaming blade. Mordred! I breathed out, my eyes widening. She turned to me, her expression twisting into one of disbelief, irritation, and confusion all at once. "What the hell?" she demanded, pointing at me. "How the heck did you summon me? Where am I? And who the hell are these clowns?" Her fiery eyes darted to the others in the room. Before I could respond, Peter leaned closer, looking curious and a little wary. Saber, who's this girl? She your friend or something?" Mordred's eyes narrowed dangerously, and she jabbed a thumb at herself. "Girl? Watch it, buddy. Never call me a woman." Peter froze for a moment, his face slack with confusion before he held his hands up defensively. Whoa, chill out. Are you, like, the extreme type of that community where people refuse to be called he or she?" I groaned inwardly, pinching the bridge of my nose as I braced for Mordred's inevitable explosion. "What the hell did you just say?" Mordred roared, taking a threatening step toward Peter, her grip tightening on her sword. "Easy there," Satria stammered, backing up with a nervous laugh. "He was just asking. No offense, okay? You just give off that, vibe." "Mordred, calm yourself," I intervened, stepping between her and Satria. "He didn't mean anything by it. You're not in Camelot anymore. This is another world, and these are, allies." Her glare flicked to me, still simmering with anger. "Tch fine." She crossed her arms, but her stance remained tense, her annoyance clearly not abated. "Still doesn't explain how you dragged me here. What kind of magic even does that? You just snap your fingers and, poof, I'm out of my own timeline." I sighed. "It's complicated, but it's a power granted to me by this system." "System?" She tilted her head, frowning. "What are you even talking about?" Yeah, Saber, mind explaining?" Peter asked, still keeping a cautious distance from Mordred. "Because I'd really like to know why you summoned what looks like an armored berserker into my house." "She's not a berserker," I snapped, though I couldn't entirely dismiss the comparison. Turning back to Mordred, I softened my tone. "Mordred, I didn't summon you on purpose. This ability reacts to the summoner's will. It must have sensed our connection." Naruto, who had been watching quietly up to this point, stepped forward with his signature grin. "Hey, Mordred, right? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. And don't worry, this whole dimensional thing confused me at first, too, but it's actually kinda cool once you get used to it." Mordred squinted at him. "Dimensional thing?" She looked at me, her expression demanding answers. "Later," I said firmly. "For now, just trust me. These people are trustworthy, if a bit strange." "Strange is putting it lightly," she muttered, but she didn't press the matter further. Satria crossed his arms, glancing between Artoria and Mordred. "So, what are we supposed to do now that she's here? I mean, you summoned her, right? Does she just stay here indefinitely or what?" Artoria took a deep breath, her expression calm despite Mordred's lingering scowl. "This is part of my new ability granted by the dimensional chat system. I can summon individuals I share a bond with, like Mordred, to aid me temporarily." She paused, glancing at Mordred. "And don't worry. If she's causing too much trouble, I can cancel the summoning." Mordred's eyes widened, her face twisting into a mix of offense and disbelief. "Oi! Wait a minute! We're not done here," she shouted, taking a step toward Artoria, her gauntlet clenching as if ready to argue her case. But before she could continue, the summoning glyph beneath her feet lit up once again, and her form began to shimmer and fade. "Damn it, don't just send me back. Her voice was abruptly cut off as she disappeared in a flash of light, leaving the room eerily quiet. Well, Jiraiya muttered after a moment, scratching the back of his head, that was something. She didn't even get to finish yelling at you. Artoria sighed, the faintest hint of amusement flickering across her face. Mordred has a lot of spirit, but she can be difficult. It's best not to let her linger too long. She'll return to the throne of heroes now and resume her place there. Naruto grinned, crossing his arms. Still, it's kinda cool you can summon people like her. I bet it's handy in a fight, right? Artoria nodded. It is. Each knight carries unique strengths and skills. But it's also a responsibility, summoning them isn't something I should do recklessly. Peter raised an eyebrow. Well, you just did it in my living room. That counts as reckless, doesn't it? Artoria gave him a sidelong glance. I'll be more careful next time. Beopansith chuckled, leaning against Peter with a sly smile. I liked her energy. Maybe next time she'll stick around longer. She and I could cause all kinds of fun together. Peter paled. Let's not encourage that, okay? Satria shook his head, muttering, this is just getting weirder and weirder. Artoria smiled faintly. Perhaps. But Mordred's appearance reminded me of something important, even if they're summoned temporarily, bonds transcend time and space. She turned toward the others. We're all connected in some way. Let's not forget that. Jiraiya grinned widely, holding the glowing vial in his hands. What will I get from this, I wonder? His voice was filled with excitement, though his signature perverted chuckle escaped as well. Something to really fuel my inspiration, perhaps. He uncorked the vial and admired the shimmering, golden liquid inside. The description attached to it glowed with the promise of youth and vitality. This elixir of life will restore your youth to its prime. As the rest of the group gathered around, they were still buzzing with the excitement of their own rewards from the surprise box. Some had received powerful abilities, others rare artifacts, and some even unexpected allies. But all eyes turned to Jiraiya, who was holding his own reward with a peculiar grin plastered on his face. What's got you so excited, old man? Naruto asked, eyeing the older ninja with suspicion. Jiraiya just chuckled, trying to suppress his enthusiasm. Oh, nothing, just something that'll help with my work, he said cryptically, attempting to sound nonchalant, though his voice betrayed the excitement that bubbled underneath. Come on, spill it. Artoria demanded, raising an eyebrow at him, clearly not believing his calm demeanor. Jiraiya finally uncorked the vial with a flourish, revealing the shimmering elixir of life inside. Well, he began with a smug grin, seems like the surprise box has blessed me with the elixir of life. A drink that will restore my youth to its prime. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone stared at the vial, eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, what? Naruto blinked, trying to process what he just heard. That's insane. You're gonna get young again? Like, how young? Exactly. All the strength of my youth without the wrinkles. Jiraiya responded, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. I'll be back to my prime, ready to take on new adventures. And perhaps finally find some inspiration for my next book, Artoria crossed her arms, giving him a skeptical look. You're going to be even worse than before, aren't you? Jiraiya simply shrugged, his grin widening. What can I say? Life's too short not to enjoy the perks of being a handsome, youthful ninja. He laughed, clearly relishing the thought of returning to his former glory. The others exchanged glances, some chuckling, others shaking their heads. Satria smirked. Does this mean you're gonna start hitting on even more women now? Why not? Jiraiya responded with a wink. I'm in my prime again. I'm gonna have the ladies lining up. And don't forget, there's always room for more inspiration for my future works. Artoria groaned and buried her face in her hands, muttering something about her sanity being tested. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others couldn't help but laugh at Jiraiya's predictable reaction to the newfound vitality. "You really can't change, can you?" Naruto said with a grin. "Nope," Jiraiya declared proudly. "I'm just getting started." The group shared a mix of laughter and exasperation, and while some were excited by their own newfound powers, Jiraiya's joy at his second chance was hard to ignore. He might have just received a gift of eternal youth, but to the others, it seemed like nothing would change except perhaps his already legendary antics would be more energetic than ever. As the light grew brighter, signaling their imminent departure, Peter decided to address the group. "It's goodbye then." Peter spoke up, bowing slightly. His voice carried a mix of gratitude and determination. "Thank you for coming here and helping me fight off the invader. I owe all of you." Jiraiya, ever the spirited elder, gave him a thumbs up. "You can count on me, Peter-kun. Just call if you need backup or inspiration." Naruto grinned, his Rain Sharingan fading temporarily. "Don't worry about it. You're a good guy, Peter. Just let me know if you ever need help." Finally, Satria stepped forward, his expression serious. "Peter, listen. Because of this incident, you've painted a giant target on your back. Governments, corporations, shady organizations, they'll all want to know your secrets. If things get too dangerous, you're always welcome in our world. Evacuate your family if you need to." Peter nodded, his resolve evident in his eyes. "I understand. Thank you, Satria. I'll keep that in mind." Beopansith tightened her grip on Peter's arm, silently vowing to protect her master no matter what. As the white light began to envelop them, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Satria gave Peter one final nod. "Stay strong, kid," Satria said with a grin. "You too," Peter replied. "And good luck with your own messes." With that, the group members vanished, leaving Peter and Beopan alone in the now quiet room. Beopansith turned to Peter, concern etched across her face. "Master, what's on your mind? You've been different since you opened that box." Peter stared at Kanshou and Bakia, still shimmering faintly in his hands. His voice was steady, but tinged with the weight of newfound knowledge. "I've seen what it means to be a hero. To save everyone, no matter the cost, even if it destroys you in the process." He looked at Beopan, his resolve hardening. "I won't be like that. I'll protect you and our family. I'll fight for justice, but not at the expense of those I love." Beopan smiled softly, her confidence in him unshaken. "I know you will, Master. And I'll always be by your side." Without warning, Beopan gently cupped Peter's face and kissed his lips softly. Her touch was tender, and for a moment, everything else seemed to fade away. When they parted, Beopan smiled, her eyes soft but mischievous. "Enough of that for now. Let me help you relax, my dear. You've done so much today, and you deserve a bit of rest." She carefully guided him to the nearby washroom, where they could clean up. Beopan's voice was soothing as she spoke, and her presence made Peter feel at ease. "Let me take care of you," she whispered, her hands gentle as she helped him prepare for a warm bath. "Consider this a little reward for everything you've done." Beopan spoke in a seductive tone and stripped off her dress, leaving only her underwear, which made something inside Peter rise at that. Peter couldn't help but smile at her kindness, feeling a sense of warmth he hadn't realized he needed. Satria Mansion, Kyoto, Japan. Satria finally returned home after completing the mission, feeling a sense of accomplishment. As he entered the living room, he was met with a sharp gasp from Valyana. "Who the hell are you?" Valyana's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the tall, muscular, white-haired man before her. Satria grinned, his playful smirk ever present. "It's me, Princess. Your beloved Satria." Valyana blinked, unable to comprehend the transformation. Hey? How? When? She stammered. How did you go from cute to this hunk? Just then, Kiyohime appeared in the living room, her elegant kimono flowing behind her. Ara, Danasama, she said with a smile, a knowing glint in her eyes. Are you perhaps doing some quest again with your friends in dimensional chat? Satria laughed softly, his tone teasing. What do you think of my new look, my dear? Falling deeper for me? He struck a ridiculous pose and winked. Kiyohime chuckled. No matter what changes you go through, Danasama, I will always love you for eternity. Satria's heart warmed as he lifted her into his arms, kissing her cheek affectionately. And I feel the same way, sweetheart. We're husband and wife, after all. Valyana, growing jealous of their playful exchange, stepped in with a sharp demand. Quest? What do you mean? Explain it to me now, and stop flirting in front of me. Kiyohime, ever patient, explained the concept of dimensional chat to Valyana, who seemed equally shocked and intrigued by the idea. Albion, her ever-present dragon, remained silent, clearly just as confused by the news. Valyana, unable to contain her excitement, grabbed Satria by the shoulders and shook him violently. You must invite me to your group right now, she demanded, her voice firm and filled with impatience. Yaa! Stop shaking me, you crazy woman! Satria sputtered, struggling to break free of her grasp. Valyana, now in full dramatic mode, glared at him with intensity. You dare call your wife crazy? I demand you invite me, or face my wrath. Satria groaned. My group doesn't even have an invite feature yet, you crazy girl. Stop shaking me. After a moment, Valyana pouted, crossing her arms in a huff. What kind of enemies are you facing in these worlds? I need to know. Her curiosity now piqued, she shifted her focus from her husband's teasing back to the dangerous missions he had been on. Satria's expression darkened, his mind flashing back to the horrors he had witnessed in New York, the mutilated bodies, the demons feasting on the helpless, and the undead legions being raised by twisted forces. That's something I don't like talking about, he said, his voice low. But if you must know, we're facing true demons. Demon? Like the devils in the underworld. Valyana blinked, surprised by the seriousness of his tone. She had never seen Satria like this, and truth be told, it made him even more alluring. She bit her lip, thinking about how much she loved when he was serious. Satria sighed. No, these demons are far worse. They're called the Burning Legion, and their only goal is to plunge every universe they touch into darkness. They're pure evil with a singular purpose to destroy everything in their path. Valyana's eyes widened. So these demons are the real deal, hey? Her voice softened with a mix of admiration and concern. As soon as the words left his lips, Albion, the heavenly dragon, let out a strange growl, a low, rumbling sound. His eyes narrowed, his body tensing. Burning Legion. Albion's voice was heavy with disbelief. I've never heard of them before. But, just saying their name. He shook his head, and for the first time, a chill ran through his enormous body. Valyana turned to her dragon, noticing the strange unease in his tone. What's wrong, Albion? That name, it sends chills down my spine, Albion muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. For a dragon to feel fear from a mere name. There's something about these Burning Legion that even I can't explain. This is unlike any evil I've encountered before. Kiyohime, who had been listening attentively, now placed a hand on Satria's chest. She had never seen him look so grave, and she couldn't help but worry for him. You're really fighting that kind of enemy? She asked quietly. Satria nodded grimly. It's a battle for survival, and it's not just our world at stake. But don't worry, we'll handle it. Valyana, though serious for a moment, suddenly brightened at an idea. I'm still jealous though. Can't you invite me to your adventure? Satria chuckled, patting her head affectionately. Don't worry, sweetheart. We now have something called a dimensional ticket, which means you can travel to other worlds with me. Really? Valyuna's face lit up with joy. Of course, Satria reassured her. You're my princess. What's mine is yours. Valyuna squealed with excitement, throwing her arms around him and hugging him tightly. You're the best husband ever. Satria laughed, feeling a sense of peace wash over him as Valyuna clung to him. It was moments like these when they were all together that reminded him why he fought so hard. Now, let's relax for a bit, he murmured, holding her close, feeling the warmth of her affection. To be continued. Chapter 49, Chapter 41. Heroes of Kindness Mascot. The morning sun filtered through the windows of the mansion as the scent of spices and savory aromas wafted through the air. Valyuna groggily woke up, stretching her arms with a satisfied smile. The events of the previous night replayed briefly in her mind, and she couldn't help but blush. Morning already? She mumbled, noticing the empty spot beside her in bed. Kiyohime, still wrapped in a blanket, opened her eyes and smiled softly. Aira, it seems Danasama is already up. Valyuna's nose twitched as the scent from the kitchen hit her. Wait, is that food? He's cooking. Curiosity piqued, the two made their way to the dining area, where they found Satria busy in the kitchen. He was moving with precision and confidence, skillfully plating dishes. Valyuna blinked in surprise. You can cook? Satria glanced at her with a smirk. Morning, princess. Surprised? Very, she admitted, crossing her arms. I didn't think someone like you. Someone like me? Satria interrupted with a mock offense. Don't judge a book by its cover. Kiyohime chuckled softly, sitting gracefully at the table. Aira, Danasama always has surprises up his sleeve. What is this delicious-looking feast, Danasama? It's Nasai Padang, Satria said with pride. Authentic cuisine from my homeland. Valyuna tilted her head as she sat down. Nasai Padang? What's that? It's a traditional dish from Indonesia, Satria explained as he served them. Valyuna paused mid-bite, her fork hovering over her plate. Indonesia, she repeated, confused. Where's that? I've never heard of it. The room fell silent for a moment. Satria sighed, setting down his utensils. That's because Indonesia doesn't exist in this world. Valyuna blinked. What do you mean? Kiyohime interjected, her voice calm and soothing. Danasama isn't from this world. He's a reincarnated person from another one. Valyuna froze, her eyes wide. What? Satria leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. It's true. In my previous life, I was from different Earth, a world where places like Indonesia exist. When I died, I was given a second chance at life here. Valyuna stared at him, trying to process the revelation. Wait, so you're saying, you're not originally from this world at all? You're an outsider. Satria nodded. Exactly. I've been given a new life, new powers, and new people to care for. But I still carry memories of my past life, my homeland, my culture, and the things I left behind. Kiyohime reached out, placing a comforting hand on Valyuna's. It doesn't change who he is now, Valyuna. He's still our beloved Satria, no matter where he came from. Valyuna looked at Satria, her expression softening as the initial shock wore off. That's a lot to take in, she admitted. Then, with a sly grin, she added, but it makes sense why you're so weird sometimes. Satria laughed, shaking his head. Weird? Says the dragon princess who loves picking a fight with stranger. As they settled at the dining table, Satria proudly presented 5 dishes he had prepared for breakfast. The plates were filled with vibrant, flavorful dishes, each carrying the distinct aroma of Indonesian cuisine. "Alright, let me introduce you to today's menu," Satria said, clapping his hands together with enthusiasm. He gestured to the first plate. "This is rendang, slow-cooked beef in rich coconut milk and spices. A classic and one of the most famous dishes from my homeland." Kiyohime leaned closer, the tantalizing aroma making her eyes sparkle. "Ara, it smells heavenly, Danasama." Satria moved on to the second dish. "This is ayam pop, fried chicken cooked in a unique way to make it juicy and flavorful. It's mild, so you don't need to worry about the spices overpowering it." Valyana licked her lips. "Fried chicken? Now you're speaking my language." The third dish caught Kiyohime's attention immediately. "What is this colorful one, Danasama?" "That's sambal goreng udang, spicy stir-fried shrimp with chili and coconut milk," Satria explained. "A little kick to wake you up in the morning." Kiyohime smiled sweetly. "I'm sure it will be delightful, just like everything you make." Satria then pointed to the fourth dish. "This is sayur lodeh, a vegetable curry soup. It's a healthy and light option to balance out the heavier dishes." "That actually looks nice," Valyana admitted. Finally, Satria gestured to the last dish. It was a small bowl of what appeared to be some kind of curry but with an unusual texture. "And this," he said with a grin, "is gula otak. It's a dish made with cow brain cooked in a rich, spicy coconut curry sauce." Valyana froze, her fork halfway to her mouth. "Be brain?" Satria blinked at her reaction. "Yeah, brain. It's really good. Want some?" "You? No way." Valyana recoiled slightly, looking horrified. "Why would you eat something like that?" Satria tilted his head, genuinely confused. "Why not? It's tasty and full of nutrients. People eat this all the time back in Indonesia. Want to try it?" He pushed the bowl closer to her. "No." Valyana shot back immediately, shaking her head furiously. "Absolutely not." Kiyohime chuckled behind her hand. "Ara, Valyana-chan, you should try it. Danasama's cooking is always delicious." "I said no." Valyana insisted, holding her hands up as if to ward off the dish. Satria shrugged. "Your loss. More for me then." He grabbed a spoonful and ate it happily. Perfect. "You don't know what you're missing, Valyana." Valyana could only watch in a mix of disbelief and curiosity as Satria devoured the dish with evident delight. "Ugh, you're so weird sometimes," she muttered, returning her focus to the rendang and fried chicken. "And yet, you're still here with me," Satria teased, winking at her. Valyana smirked, finally taking a bite of the food. Her eyes widened as the flavors hit her tongue. "This is amazing. Spicy, rich, and so full of flavor. I didn't think you had this in you." She took another bite of the rendang, her eyes lighting up with delight. "I have to admit, this is absolutely delicious, Satria. I didn't think you'd be such a good cook." Satria grinned, pleased with her compliment. "I had to learn. In my homeland, cooking is an essential skill, especially if you want to impress someone." She raised an eyebrow playfully. "So, were you trying to impress someone back then, or is this just a coincidence?" Satria chuckled. "Maybe, but mostly, I just love food. Learning to cook was the best way to make sure I'd always have something good to eat." As they continued eating, Valyana couldn't help but notice how Satria ate with his hands. It was a stark contrast to the way she and Kiyohime used utensils. At first, she thought it was odd, but the way he did it seemed natural, almost elegant in its simplicity. "It's a bit strange to see you eat with your hands," Valyana commented, tilting her head. "Is that normal where you're from?" Satria nodded, wiping his fingers with a cloth before answering. "Yeah, in Indonesia, it's common. Especially for dishes like this." Eating with your hands makes you feel more connected to the food. It's part of the culture. Kiyohime, ever observant, chimed in. Ara, Danasama looks so natural doing it. It must truly be second nature to him. Valyana leaned forward, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Tell me more about your homeland. What's it like? Satria's expression softened, and a fond smile spread across his face. Indonesia. It's a unique place. Not perfect, but beautiful in its own way. It's an archipelago made up of thousands of islands, each with its own culture, traditions, and food. Thousands of islands. Valyana repeated, surprised. That sounds incredible. It is, Satria admitted, laughing. But that's part of its charm. You can travel from one island to another and feel like you've entered a completely different world. The people, the landscapes, the languages, it's all so diverse. Kiyohime listened intently, resting her chin on her hand. It sounds like a magical place, Danasama. Satria nodded, his voice tinged with nostalgia. It has its flaws, of course. No place is perfect. But there's something special about it, the kindness of the people, the breathtaking nature, and the way everyone comes together despite their differences. Valyana smiled, catching the warmth in his tone. You really love your homeland, don't you? Of course, Satria replied, his voice firm. It's where I was born, where I learned about life. Even if I'm here now, a part of me will always belong to Indonesia. Kiyohime and Valyana exchanged glances, both touched by the genuine affection in his words. I'd like to see it someday, Valyana admitted softly. Maybe you could show me around. Satria grinned. I'd love to. I'll take you to the beaches, the mountains, and the markets. And, of course, you'll get to try more of the food. Just not the brain, Valyana said quickly, making Satria laugh. Okay boss, he replied, his laughter filling the room as they continued their meal, the warmth of his homeland's memories infusing the air around them. After a hearty breakfast with Kiyohime and Valyana, Satria stretched lazily in his new gazebo, a cozy structure he had recently built to relax and unwind. With a satisfied sigh, he pulled up the dimensional chat interface. There it was. The new feature he had been waiting for. The gacha system. Satria grinned like a madman. All right, time to roll. Today's the day I hit the jackpot. Fatalis, lounging in his mind like the ever-present critic, chimed in. You sure about this? It's so expensive. Underscore. Welcome to Gacha Shop. The prize will be random. We don't have grades because the system is too lazy. 5,000 copyright for 1 spin. 20,000 copyright for 5 spins. 20,000 copyright deducted from your balance. Shin coins, 25,500 copyright. Underscore. I've got this, Satria said confidently, pressing the 5 spin button. Let's go, baby. Spin number 1, Sarung Wadamar. The first prize materialized in front of him, a beautifully patterned sarung. Description: nothing beats wearing a sarung when you're relaxing at home. Satria stared at it, deadpan. Gok jealous, anying. Ha 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 ha. Fatalis burst into laughter. Truly, a reward befitting your greatness. Satria sighed, draping the sarung over his shoulder. Fine, at least I've got a new outfit for lounging. Spin number 2, dress up camera. The next roll produced a strange camera with a retro design. Description: cut out your favorite clothing from a magazine, insert it into the camera, and aim it at someone to instantly dress them in it. Satria raised an eyebrow. Not bad. I could definitely have fun with this. Fatalis chuckled. Just don't let Kiyohime catch you using it on Valyana. Spin number 3, massage therapist memory. Suddenly, a surge of information rushed into Satria's mind. Techniques, pressure points, muscle anatomy, it was all there. He froze, blinking as the realization hit. Professional massage skills? Are you serious? Bahaha. Fatalis's voice rang out in his mind, practically wheezing with laughter. The mighty Gacha gods have blessed you with massage skills. Truly, your destiny is unparalleled. Satria groaned, dragging a hand down his face. You've got to be kidding me. I risked my life, fight demons, for this. Spin number 4, Cosmo Plug. The next reward looked like a sleek, metallic device with glowing blue accents. Description: a device that allows the user to transform into Ultraman Cosmos. Satria blinked. Okay, that's actually awesome. Fatalis, ever the sarcastic commentator, hummed in amusement. I'll admit, this is pretty cool. But the real question is, will you even use it? Satria puffed out his chest, gripping the Cosmo plug with exaggerated grandeur. Of course I will when needed. With this, I fear nothing in this perverted world. Wahahaha. Wahahaha. Fatalis chuckled dryly. Hold on there, your laugh is starting to sound more like a demon king than a hero. Satria turned to an imaginary audience, striking a smug pose with a raised eyebrow. Foolish dragon, from now on, you shall address me as the hero of kindness. Fatalis nearly choked from laughing. You? Hero of kindness? My scales are peeling off from cringing so hard. More like the hero of self-indulgence. Satria waved dismissively, smirking. Haters gonna hate. You'll see. I'll save worlds, vanquish evil, and look dashing while doing it. All with the power of friendship. Fatalis snorted. If kindness includes gloating while stomping your enemy and striking poses in a flashy suit, sure, whatever you say. Unbothered by the dragon's sass, Satria examined the Cosmo plug once more. With this, I can even take on kaiju-level threats. This world, this universe, it's not ready for the amazing me. Yet. Fatalis observed the Cosmo plug silently, but her thoughts were loud and clear in Satria's mind. Ultraman Cosmos, combined with the Speed Force? That's utterly broken. Satria raised an eyebrow. Broken? How so? Fatalis began listing off her observations in a thoughtful tone. Let's start with Cosmos' strength. You're essentially wielding power that rivals gods, with the ability to manipulate light, purify evil, and fight kaiju-level threats without breaking a sweat. Add the Speed Force into the mix, and your physical limits are practically non-existent. Faster than light? Check. Faster than time itself? Also check. Satria grinned. Sounds awesome to me. Hold on, I'm not done, Fatalis interjected. What really concerns me is the sheer utility. Ultraman Cosmos powers can heal injuries, resurrect the dead, and many more. You don't have to worry about your metabolism or stamina, you'll recover instantly from any strain. You're essentially an immortal powerhouse who can undo mistakes in the blink of an eye. Satria's grin grew wider. So, what you're saying is, I'm unbeatable here. Fatalis groaned. No, what I'm saying is, this kind of power could make you careless. When you know you can revive someone, or undo damage, the weight of your decisions could start to feel less significant. Satria rolled his eyes. Relax, Fatalis. I've been through enough to know the value of life and responsibility. Besides, I'm not planning to abuse this. Let's hope not, Fatalis muttered. The combination of these powers is insane. With your speed, strength, and cosmos light, you're practically unstoppable in the DxD world. Satria smirked, holding the Cosmo plug up like a prized trophy. Unstoppable, hey? I like the sound of that. But don't worry, I'll use this power wisely. Fatalis snorted. More like the show-off of the world. But fine. Let's see if your oversized ego can live up to the power you've been given. Satria leaned back, stretching with confidence. Oh, it will, my friend. It will. Spin number 5, Vaporeon. The final roll produced a soft flash of light. When it faded, Satria found himself staring at a small, aquatic creature with light blue fur, a spiky white collar fin, and big black eyes. Description: a water-type Pokémon. She has many useful skills. Take care of her well, understand? The Vaporeon tilted her head, letting out a soft purr-like noise before nuzzling against his leg. Satria's expression softened instantly as he held the adorable creature in his arms. She's adorable. He scooped her up and rubbed his cheek against hers. The little Vaporeon let out a soft purr-like sound, nuzzling into him. What should I call you from now on? Fatalis sighed. You're such a softie for cute things. Satria, unfazed by the jab, rushed inside the house, his excitement bubbling over. Kiyohime. Valyana. Look, look. What I have in my hand. Both women turned toward him, curious. Valyana raised an eyebrow as her gaze fell on the blue aquatic creature. What's this? Did you sneak off to the familiar forest and bring back a pet without telling us? Satria sat down at the table with Vaporeon comfortably nestled in his lap. Kiyohime and Valyana watched him with curiosity as he took a deep breath, his expression unusually serious. Before we continue, I have something important to discuss, Satria began, gently stroking Vaporeon's smooth, aquatic fur. I need your approval to take care of the cutie here. You see, she's no ordinary creature. She's a Vaporeon. Valyana raised an eyebrow. A Vaporeon? What's so special about her? Satria's eyes lit up with excitement. Let me tell you about the greatness of Vaporeon. They're not just cute, they're versatile, loyal, and incredibly useful. Vaporeon can manipulate water, making her perfect for both combat and daily tasks. She's also known for her gentle and nurturing personality, which makes her the best companion for a family. Plus. He paused, looking at Vaporeon fondly. She's not just a pet. She's something destined to stand by me and our family. Look at her. Isn't she the cutest thing ever? He beamed. From now on, she's my daughter and the official mascot of the house. Kiyohime chuckled softly, her hands folded gracefully in front of her. Eira Danasama, you're treating her like a child already? That's just like you. Valyana leaned in closer, poking the Vaporeon's cheek gently. She is cute, but naming her as part of the family, hey? That's quite a bold move. Satria grinned. Of course. She's part of the family now. So, do either of you have any name recommendations for her? Valyana tilted her head thoughtfully. How about Aqua? It suits her elegant and serene appearance. When Valyana suggested the name Aqua, Satria's face instantly twisted into an expression of utter annoyance. He crossed his arms, shaking his head vigorously. No Aqua, he declared firmly, his tone almost indignant. I don't want my cute daughter turning into a dumb goddess like that Aqua. Kiyohime blinked in confusion, tilting her head slightly. Danasama, who is this Aqua you're referring to? Satria let out a long breath, rubbing his temples like he was dealing with bad memories. She was a useless goddess from another world who wasted one of my 3 wishes on stupid booze. Valyana shrugged, still grinning. Fine, how about Ariel? But honestly, your reaction just made this way more entertaining. That's a great name. Satria hugged Ariel tightly as if shielding her from the mere idea. Don't worry, Ariel. Papa will protect you from the curse of being compared to that goddess. Ariel chirped in agreement, seemingly pleased with the decision. Fatalis, unable to hold back, let out a booming laugh in his mind. Of all the things to get worked up about, you're priceless, Satria. As Satria continued doting on Ariel, Kiyohime and Valyana exchanged glances, both letting out simultaneous sighs. Honestly, how did we end up falling for someone so childish? Kiyohime murmured, a mix of fondness and exasperation in her voice. Valyana leaned back, crossing her arms, a faint smirk on her lips. Good question. He's eccentric, impulsive, and constantly gets himself into the weirdest situations. She paused, watching Satria playfully nuzzle Ariel, who chirped happily in response. And yet, somehow, it's endearing. Kiyohime chuckled softly. Danasama may be childish, but he's someone who can bring light and laughter to our lives, no matter the situation. Valyana huffed, though her tone softened. Yet. He's a lovable idiot. Just don't let him hear us say that. Oh, I heard that. Satria called out from across the room, turning to them with a smug grin. You two love my charms, admit it. The two women exchanged another glance, then sighed in unison. Why did we fall for this guy again? Valyana muttered, shaking her head but unable to hide her smile. Because, Kiyohime said with a gentle smile, he's our eccentric, impulsive, lovable Danasama. Exactly. Satria beamed, holding Ariel up like a trophy. And now Ariel is here to join in on the fun. Our family is growing stronger by the day. Valyana groaned but couldn't suppress her chuckle. All right. Just don't get carried away, Danasama. Kiyohime smiled serenely, her gaze lingering on Satria. I suppose life with him will never be boring. Ariel chirped in agreement, and the room was filled with a blend of laughter, warmth, and the unique chaos that only Satria could bring. To be continued. Chapter 50, Chapter 42. A puppy among predator. The morning sunlight filtered through the windows of the mansion, casting a warm glow over the living room where Satria sat, fidgeting with his tie. His hands clumsily tried to get the knot right, but after the fifth failed attempt, he groaned in frustration. From the other side of the room, Kiyohime walked over, her kimono flowing gracefully with every step. Her expression was soft, like that of a doting mother. Danasama, let me help you with that. Satria looked up, slightly embarrassed. I don't know why these stupid ties exist. Kiyohime chuckled and gently took the tie from his hands. Now, patience, my dear. If you want to impress those investors, you need to look your best. They won't take you seriously if you look like a mess. As she carefully adjusted the tie around his neck, she brushed a stray strand of his hair out of his face. There. Perfect, she said, stepping back to admire her work. You look very handsome, Danasama. Truly like a young gentleman. At that moment, Valyana strolled in, already in her casual white dress, her smirk as mischievous as ever. Oh my, look at this. Our little puppy is all grown up and ready to play with the big dogs, hey? Time really flies. Satria frowned, puffing his cheeks in protest. Oi, stop calling me puppy. Valyana leaned against the door frame, her eyes gleaming with amusement. But you are my adorable puppy, aren't you? Should I bring a leash to keep you from wandering off? Before Satria could retort, Kiyohime clapped her hands lightly to get their attention. Now, you two. Let's not forget the time. Danasama has an important meeting to attend. Satria sighed, giving each of them a quick kiss on the cheek. You two really know how to gang up on me, hey? Anyway, I'm off. Don't forget to call the school and say I'm sick today, okay? Valyana chuckled, waving him off. Sure, Mr. Businessman. Go wow those investors. Just don't trip over your tie. Satria smirked, playfully sticking out his tongue at her before grabbing his briefcase and heading out the door. Kiyohime and Valyana watched him leave, their expressions softening. You know, Valyana began, her voice quieter now, he really is something. It's hard to believe how much he's grown since we first met him. Kiyohime nodded, her gaze lingering on the closed door. Yes, but no matter how much he grows, he'll always be my beloved Danasama. I'll take care of him for as long as I live. Valyana smiled, but her tone remained teasing. Don't get too soft, Kiyohime. He's still our puppy, after all. Kiyohime giggled. Of course. Our adorable, hard-working puppy. Satria's mind raced as he stood before the investors, carefully measuring every word. His plan was clear, and this moment would set the stage for his grand ambition. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Being in 2008, a year before the tech boom would truly begin to unfold, was a golden chance. With access to his knowledge of the future, he could shape the world of business, gaming, and technology in ways no one could foresee. Satria, now Shidou Matsumi, arrives at the high-rise office of Takahashi Ventures, a high-level investment firm that has expressed interest in his innovative battery prototype. 3 investors are present. Mr. Takahashi, the firm's sharp but opportunistic CEO. Ms. Suzuki, a cautious analyst who focuses on risk assessment. Mr. Arita, a young, ambitious associate who sees potential in Satria vision. This is the S.T.R microcore, a battery that outperforms anything currently on the market. It's 35% more efficient, charges 50% faster, and uses widely available, cost-effective materials. Its applications range from consumer electronics to renewable energy storage and electric vehicles. Takahashi nods, stroking his chin. Impressive. But innovation is one thing, scaling and production are another. Do you have a manufacturing plan? Yes. I've already outlined partnerships with local suppliers to keep costs down, and the design is scalable. I just need funding to move beyond the prototype stage. Ms. Suzuki holding up a hand. And your patents? How secure are they? We can't invest in something vulnerable to legal challenges. Filed and approved. I've ensured the design and manufacturing process are protected internationally. You've thought of everything, Shidou-san. This is groundbreaking. I believe we're looking at the future of energy storage. Mr. Arita smiling at him. Look, Satria continued, his tone growing more confident, the world is on the brink of massive change. Technology is advancing at a pace that no one can predict. In a few years, things like digital storefronts, online platforms, and energy-efficient transportation will be more than just luxuries, they'll be the backbone of our everyday lives. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the room. And I have the key to make all of it happen ahead of time. Why wait for the future when we can shape it now? One of the senior investors, an older gentleman with sharp eyes, leaned forward. You have a remarkable mind for someone so young. How old are you again? 16. Satria nodded with a polite smile. Yes, sir. 16. The room is filled with murmurs of admiration. Ms. Suzuki, a woman with a sharp business suit, asked eagerly, do you have any more ideas in that brilliant brain of yours? Satria's smirk widened slightly, the kind of confidence that could shake mountains. Absolutely, he replied, his tone both humble and bold. I have plenty more ideas. For example. He paused for effect, watching as the room leaned in closer. Bullet trains, advanced designs with increased speed and energy efficiency. I also want to create a digital storefront and online platform for buying, playing, and discussing video games. It will be a space where creators and gamers can connect seamlessly. The investors exchanged intrigued glances. One of them couldn't help but ask, are you saying you could redefine both transport and entertainment industries? Satria chuckled lightly. Not just redefine. Revolutionize. The room went silent for a moment before erupting in questions and applause. The investors realized they weren't just talking to a young genius, they were speaking to someone with the vision to reshape the future. Satria could practically feel the opportunities expanding before him, as if the world was opening its arms wide. Imagine, he continued, a platform but not just games. We create a space for everything: media, software, digital goods, and even community-driven content. A platform that will dominate the digital marketplace and set the stage for the future of entertainment. He could see it now, the world of e-commerce and entertainment intersecting in ways that no one had anticipated. This wasn't just a pipe dream. With his knowledge of the future, Satria was well equipped to execute these ideas years ahead of schedule. I can't promise you instant returns, he said, locking eyes with each investor, but I can promise you that, by the time the world catches up to these ideas, you'll be sitting at the top. The room was silent for a few moments as the weight of Satria's pitch hung in the air. Then, a murmur rippled through the investors as they exchanged glances, clearly intrigued. Digital storefronts? Energy-efficient transportation? A centralized platform for entertainment and commerce, one investor said, leaning back in his chair thoughtfully. You're talking about reshaping multiple industries at once. The first investor nodded, his eyes narrowing. It's ambitious. Revolutionary even. But it sounds risky. A lot of groundwork would need to be laid for something like this. Still, a third investor interjected, if this succeeds, it would put us years ahead of the competition. The potential returns could be astronomical. The first investor turned back to Satria. You're just 16 years old. Yet you're presenting ideas that most tech companies haven't even begun to think about. Where does all this come from? Satria smiled confidently. I've always had a knack for innovation and foresight. I may be young, but age doesn't limit ambition or vision. What I need are partners who can help me realize this potential. The investors seemed impressed but cautious. You mentioned bullet trains, digital storefronts, and energy storage. What exactly do you want us to invest in first? Satria paused for a moment, then replied with a grin, energy storage devices. With my designs, we can revolutionize the power industry, creating a foundation for everything else. Once the profits roll in, we'll move into digital storefronts and transportation. The investors nodded, seemingly satisfied with his focus. All right, one of them said. What kind of deal are you offering us? What's your ask, and what's in it for us? Satria leaned forward, clasping his hands together. I'm offering you an equity stake in the first phase, 20% for an initial investment of 500 million yen. This will cover research, development, and production. Your returns will come from both licensing the technology and eventual sales. And as we move into other sectors, you'll have first priority for future investments. There was a pause as the investors considered his proposal. 20% is a lot, one investor remarked. You're essentially giving us significant control over the company. Satria nodded, his grin unwavering. Because I know that with the right partners, this will succeed. I'm not looking for quick money, I'm looking for people who want to build a legacy. Together, we can change the future. The room filled with murmurs of excitement. Investors leaned forward, jotting notes or whispering to one another. But Mr. Takahashi's smile grew colder as he eyed the young prodigy. Impressive, Shidou-kun, he said, his voice smooth. But don't you think such a revolutionary project is a bit ambitious for someone so young? Surely, you lack the experience to navigate the intricacies of this industry. Satria met his gaze with a calm smile. Ambition is the foundation of progress, Takahashi-san. Besides, that's why I'm here to work with experienced partners who share the vision. Takahashi's smile faltered for a second before he leaned back, chuckling. Indeed. Let's see where this vision of yours takes us. A week later, Satria was on his way home from another meeting when he noticed a pair of black sedans trailing his car. His instincts kicked in, and he quickly directed his driver to take an alternate route. But halfway through a secluded industrial district, the sedans overtook his vehicle and blocked the road. Men in suits, their tattoos peeking out from under their collars, stepped out. Yakuza. Satria calmly stepped out of his car, already guessing who was behind this. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" One of the men sneered, revealing a scar across his cheek. "The boss has a message for you. Hand over the plans for your little project, kid. We'll give you a nice payout and let you walk away. Otherwise..." The leader cracked his knuckles, and the men stepped closer, clearly trying to intimidate him. Satria raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Let me guess. Takahashi-san didn't want to pay a fair share, so he thought he'd just take it." The leader smirked. "Smart kid. Too bad smarts won't save you." Satria crossed his arms, his expression cool. "Do you know why a child like me doesn't fear someone like you?" The Yakuza hesitated, thrown off by his calm demeanor. Satria stepped forward, his tone icy. "Because I am the danger itself." Suddenly, a blue glow surrounded him. The leader's smirk vanished as Satria's speed force activated. In the blink of an eye, the Yakuza's weapons were stripped from their hands, their cars were disassembled, and their suits were left shredded all before they even realized what had happened. The leader staggered, looking around in disbelief. What the hell? What are you?" Satria leaned in, his face cold. "Those who know me well call me." The men scrambled, retreating as fast as they could. The next day, Satria walked into Takahashi's office unannounced. The older man looked up, startled, but quickly composed himself. "Shidou-kun. What brings you here?" Satria dropped a folder on the desk. Inside were photos of the Yakuza he had incapacitated, along with evidence linking them to Takahashi. "You made a mistake, Takahashi-san," Satria said, his voice low and firm. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice your attempts to sabotage me?" Takahashi's confident mask cracked, sweat beading on his forehead. I don't know what you're talking about." Satria smirked, leaning closer. "You have two options. First, you walk away from this project and disappear from my sight. Or second..." He opened his hand, and a small surge of energy sparked between his fingers. "I make sure your little business partners find out you failed them. And trust me, they won't be as forgiving as I am." Takahashi paled, his hands trembling. "Fine. I'm out. You'll never hear from me again." Satria straightened, brushing invisible dust off his jacket. "Good choice." As he left the office, Fatalis chuckled in his mind. "Not bad, my boy. You're learning the game." Satria smiled faintly. "In this world, you either play smart or get played. And I don't lose." Next are the cowards who hide in the shadows. The Yakuza hideout was a fortress of shadows tucked into the heart of the industrial district, but Satria approached it with no hesitation. Clad in the fearsome black armor of Kamen Rider Calamity, the menacing dragon-themed helmet glinted under the moonlight, and his crimson eyes burned with fury. As he stepped through the steel gates, Yakuza guards immediately drew their weapons. "Who the hell are you?" one of them shouted. Satria chuckled darkly, his voice distorted and dripping with menace. "I am your nightmare, I am the night, I am the Black Flash." The guards opened fire, bullets flying toward him. Satria activated speed force, his movements a blur. The bullets seemed to float in the air as he weaved through them effortlessly. With precise calculations, he grabbed the bullets mid-air and flung them back at his attackers. "Didn't anyone teach you not to play with guns?" Satria taunted as the guards fell one by one, groaning in pain. He switched tactics, dropping into silat stances, his hands and legs striking with fluid, lethal precision. One Yakuza charged at him with a katana, but Satria sidestepped, grabbed the blade mid-swing, and disarmed him with a twisting joint lock. "Your moves are predictable," Satria muttered before delivering a devastating spinning kick that sent the man flying into a wall. Another wave of thugs stormed in, but Satria activated his powers, launching a fist of fire that raged across the room, smashing tables and scattering enemies like leaves in a storm. Eventually, the Yakuza leader appeared, a bulky man with a sharp dog-like features. His aura was otherworldly, and Satria immediately recognized him as a yokai. "You dare attack us," the leader growled, his teeth extending. "Do you understand the kind of enemies you're making?" Satria tilted his head, his voice dripping with mockery. "Enemies? You think I care? Maybe in the past, I'd be cautious. But now? You're nothing but cannon fodder to me." The leader lunged at him with supernatural speed, but Satria anticipated the move, vanishing in a burst of speed force. Appearing behind the yokai, Satria struck with a devastating palm strike, sending the leader crashing into his desk. "You think you're tough? I've faced demons worse than you," Satria said coldly, his silhouette glowing with speed force energy. "You're just trash in front of me." The boss coughed, blood dripping from his lips. "You'll regret this. You can't stop us all." Satria smirked. "Wanna bet?" He grabbed the boss by the collar and threw him to the floor. The surviving Yakuza scrambled to their knees, trembling. Satria loomed over them like a specter of death. "Now," he said, his voice calm but chilling, "bring me all your money and lead me to your other hideouts. Or..." He let the implication hang in the air, crackling with menace. The Yakuza leader was on his knees, trembling, his dog-like features drenched in sweat. His voice was desperate as he pleaded, "Please, spare us. Without the Yamaguchi-gumi, public order would worsen. We keep the balance in Japan's underworld." Satria snorted, unimpressed. "Balance? You call extortion, drugs, and blackmail balance? You're not keeping order, you're parasites feeding off people's suffering." The leader gulped, realizing Satria wasn't buying his excuse. Look. We don't have much left, only the 580 million yen I've shown you." Soon, the room was filled with piles of cash. Satria sat in the boss's chair, counting it leisurely while the Yakuza groveled before him. Satria's crimson eyes glowed menacingly through his Kamen Rider Calamity helmet. 580 million yen. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Do you think I'm stupid?" The leader flinched, his entire body trembling. "You're the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi," Satria continued, his tone sharp as a blade. "Your net worth is at least 50 to 80 billion yen. Do you seriously expect me to believe that this is all you've got?" The boss's composure cracked further. "Why, you're insane? If you take all our money, we can't operate. We'll become homeless. That would only create more crime in Japan." Satria tilted his head mockingly, his helmet reflecting the dim light ominously. "Oh, so now you're worried about public order? What a noble guy!" The sarcasm in his voice was sharper than any blade, and the leader's face turned pale. Satria straightened, crossing his arms. "Listen, you little doggy. I don't care about your sob stories. You've been leeching off innocent people for decades. Now it's time for payback." He pointed to the trembling lackeys behind the boss. "Bring me the rest of the money. All of it. No tricks, no excuses. Or..." He summoned a glowing black dragon from his Kamen Rider Calamity form, its terrifying growl filling the room. "Or I'll burn your empire to the ground," Satria said coldly, his crimson eyes locking onto the leader. "Starting with you." The boss collapsed further into his dogza, shaking like a leaf. "Oh, okay. Okay. I'll give you the rest. Just please, spare us." A few minutes later, bags filled with cash and documents were laid out before Satria. He inspected them carefully, counting with a smirk as the once proud leader groveled at his feet. "This is more like it," Satria muttered, tossing a bag over his shoulder. The leader dared to raise his head, his voice shaky. "What? What will you do with all that money?" Satria looked down at him, his expression unreadable behind the helmet. Invest in the world's future. Unlike you, I'm going to use this money to actually help people. Maybe I'll even build homes for the people you made homeless. The boss swallowed hard. You're crazy. Satria smirked darkly. Crazy? Ha ha ha. Maybe. But here's the thing. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. If I ever hear about you crawling back into the shadows, I'll come back. And next time, I won't be this kind. With that, Satria turned, his dark figure disappearing into the night, leaving the Yakuza to tremble in fear of the boogeyman of the underworld. _______. Dimensional chat notification. Side quest complete. Reward, 700 copyright credited to your account. _______. As Satria sped away with his speed force, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. 50 billion yen, hey? That'll fund a lot of projects. Maybe I'll start with a proper cleanup of Japan. Fatalis sighed in his mind. You're enjoying this way too much. Satria grinned. Oh, absolutely. But hey, if they didn't want their money stolen, maybe they shouldn't have pissed off the Black Flash. The Yakuza boss sat trembling in his dimly lit office, clutching the phone with shaky hands as he reported the disaster to his superior. His voice was a mix of fear and frustration. Boss, we've got a problem. A big one. There's a maniac running wild here in Japan, calling himself the Black Flash. The voice on the other end of the line was calm but carried an unmistakable edge of authority. The Black Flash? Who the hell is that? The boss wiped the sweat off his forehead, his hand still trembling. Not just a vigilante. He's something else entirely. He tore through our men like they were nothing, dodging all our attacks, moving faster than the eye can see, and He hesitated, his voice dropping to a whisper. He has powers, boss. Unnatural powers. It's like he does not belong to this world. A deep sigh came through the receiver. And you let this freak take billions of yen from us? Do you have any idea what this means? I had no choice, the boss exclaimed, almost in tears. He would have killed us all. You didn't see him. That bastard summoned a dragon out of nowhere and called himself a Black Flash. It wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. The line went silent for a moment before the leader finally spoke, his voice cold and calculating. Is this bastard looking for a war with Shinto Pantheon? Does he want to die? The boss stammered. I don't know what he wants. But if we don't do something, he'll come back. He said he'd burn everything if we stepped out of line again. The leader's tone darkened. No one threatens us and lives to tell about it. If he wants a war, we'll give him one. Put the word out. I want every faction in the city looking for this Black Flash. We'll find him, and when we do... His voice turned into a low growl. We'll make him regret ever crossing us. The boss gulped, nodding even though his superior couldn't see him. Understood, boss. But, if I may... What? The boss hesitated before whispering, be careful. This guy isn't like anything we've ever faced. He's a monster. The leader grinned on the other end of the line. Ha ha ha. What a monster, before God. To be continued. Chapter 51, Side Story, The God of Hope Daily Life, Part 1. Is she really coming to our home, Naruto? Asked a beautiful auburn-haired woman, her voice laced with enthusiasm as she looked at her boyfriend. Naruto nodded confidently. Yep, she'll be here soon. Just be patient, Lara. Moments later, a bright light illuminated the living room, and in its wake stood a striking blonde woman clad in elegant knight armor. Her presence exuded grace and authority. Sorry for the wait, Naruto, said Artoria Pendragon, her voice calm yet tinged with warmth. Moments later, a bright light illuminated the living room, and in its wake stood a striking blonde woman clad in elegant knight armor. Her presence exuded grace and authority. "Sorry for the wait, Naruto," said Artoria Pendragon, her voice calm yet tinged with warmth. Naruto grinned. "It's okay, Artoria-chan. You look as beautiful as ever." Artoria's face turned a faint shade of pink as she glanced away shyly. "Really? I could say the same about you." Before the conversation could continue, a playful voice chimed in. "Nay, another one, hubby." A black-haired woman with feline ears and a mischievous grin strolled into the room, cradling a young girl in her arms. Naruto stiffened. "Kurika, it's not what you think." The tension thickened as a purple-haired woman in a kimono entered the room, her presence commanding attention. "Dear," she began, her eyes narrowing dangerously, "who is this woman? Care to explain, perhaps?" Naruto's usual confidence faltered as he caught sight of her sharp gaze. She's..." Before he could stammer further, the twins peeked in from behind their mother. "Is she our new mama?" one of them asked curiously. "Daddy brought home another mama," the other added innocently. "Haa. Of course, Naruto brought another one," Psycho muttered, pinching the bridge of her nose. Ara, so this is the guest you mentioned earlier." Naruto nodded nervously, eager to change the subject. "Yes." "Where's Hagami?" he asked Ria, desperate for a distraction. "She's sleeping in her room," Ria replied with a smirk, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Artoria, overwhelmed by the family's dynamic, finally spoke up. "Are these your wives and children, Naruto?" "Yup," Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. "How about we all introduce ourselves before we talk about business?" The purple-haired woman stepped forward, offering a polite smile. "My name is Uzumaki Psycho. These are our twins, Ashla and Masaki. Introduce yourselves, you two." The blonde-haired boy stepped forward confidently. "I'm Uzumaki Ashla. Nice to meet you." The purple-haired girl peeked shyly from behind her mother. "I'm Uzumaki Masaki," she murmured softly. Artoria smiled warmly at the twins. "It's a pleasure to meet you both." The green-haired woman with a divine aura stepped forward next. "My name is Uzumaki Ria, and I must admit, I never expected the legendary King Arthur to visit our humble home." Artoria blinked, sensing something extraordinary about Ria. Her presence radiated warmth, comfort, and divinity. "Is she not human?" Artoria thought, feeling dwarfed not only by Ria's aura but also by her striking figure. "Wait," Artoria said, realization dawning on her. "You're Titaness Rhea from Greek mythology." Rhea nodded with a serene smile. "You're correct. I look forward to getting to know you better, Artoria." Artoria's jaw dropped slightly. This man is married to a Titaness? How does he manage all this? The attention shifted to the pink-haired woman next. "My turn, hi," she said with a smirk. "I'm Uzumaki Medusa." "Yes, that Medusa, and one of this idiot's wives." Artoria felt a strange sense of familiarity upon hearing Medusa's name, as though they'd met or clashed in another time or reality. Then came the black-haired woman with cat ears, Kurika, who sauntered over with a grin. "I'm Uzumaki Kurika, hubby's favorite cat. I've heard a lot about you, King Arthur. Never thought I'd meet the real deal in person. I bet certain someone is jealous knowing I met his idol before him, Naya." Kurika patted the head of the little girl in her arms. "And this is Fujimi, our kitten." Artoria's eyes darted to Kurika, her face briefly betraying her thoughts. Why are all of his wives so blessed? Finally, a brunette with a confident demeanor stepped forward, holding a notebook and pen. "Lara Croft," she said with a smile. "I'm this dumbass's girlfriend, and I'm a huge fan of yours, Artoria. I have so many questions. Would you mind sharing some stories from your time as King of Camelot?" Artoria froze, unaccustomed to such admiration. I didn't know I was someone people looked up to. Naruto noticed her discomfort and stepped in. Alright, that's enough for now. Let's not overwhelm her. Welcome to my humble home, Artoria. Artoria gave a faint smile, silently grateful for the save. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Side end. Chapter 52, Chapter 43. The Light Beyond Stars. Satria sat in his study, resting his head on his hands, deep in thought. Balancing school, his ambitious tech projects, and his increasingly chaotic life was proving to be a logistical nightmare. School, work, missions. I can't be everywhere at once, he muttered. There has to be a solution. Then it hit him. His recent Cosmo Plug reward. Ultraman Cosmos could create energy-based clones to help in different tasks. A light bulb lit up in his mind. That's it. I can clone myself. Excited, he leapt out of his chair and headed straight for the living room where Kiyohime and Valyana were lounging. Kiyo. Valyana. Watch this. Both women looked up, intrigued but cautious. Satria activated his Cosmo Plug and in a flash of blue light, he created 4 energy clones that looked just like him. Tada, he declared proudly. Kiyohime's eyes widened in surprise. Ara Danasama can make clones now? This will make your life much easier. Valyana, on the other hand, tilted her head and started licking her lips with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Clones? Hey? Oh my, the possibilities are endless. Maybe we can. Don't even think about it, Satria cut her off, catching her lewd expression. Unfortunately, the clones weren't as serious as Satria hoped. One started doing weird dance moves, another began flipping through a manga on the shelf, another playing with Ariel, and the last one was trying to cook with cute apron he had gotten earlier. What the hell are you guys doing? Satria groaned, face-palming. Valyana burst into laughter. Pfft, they're as weird as the original. This is perfect. As Kiyohime's fan dissipated the first round of clones, another set popped back into existence, groaning in protest. Oi, what the hell was that for? One of the clones shouted, rubbing his head. We didn't even do anything wrong this time. Another clone crossed his arms. Seriously, you create us, expect us to work, and don't even give us a break? What kind of capitalist slave driver are you? Satria's eye twitched, rage boiling over. Shut up. You're acting like you are warriors who do nothing but whine to their boss. I created you to help me, not to be a bunch of freeloaders. The boldest clone smirked and jabbed a finger at him. Look who's talking, you lazy capitalist bastard. All this work, and we don't even get paid. Satria snapped. Paid? You're me. You don't need to be paid. The other clones chimed in, clapping mockingly. Down with the oppressive regime. The clone revolution starts now. Valyana burst out laughing, clutching her sides. This is the best thing I've seen all day. Kiyohime, however, wasn't amused. Her fan materialized in her hand again as she approached the clones with a calm but menacing aura. Danasama's creations should reflect his honor and diligence, not this foolishness. Oi, lady, put that thing down, one of the clones yelled, backing away. Yet. We have rights, shouted another. But it was too late. Kiyohime moved with the precision of a warrior, striking each clone squarely on the head. One by one, they vanished in bursts of light, their protests fading into silence. Satria stood there, his hands in his pockets, watching the chaos unfold with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Thanks, Hime, but I think they got a bit of my rebellious streak. Kiyohime sighed, folding her fan neatly. Danasama, perhaps next time, try instilling your creations with more discipline. Ha 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 ha. Valyana, wiping tears from her laughter, teased, Or maybe he should keep them just like that. They're like mini, rebellious versions of him. It's adorable. Satria groaned, throwing his hands up. Why does everything I try turn into a circus? Kiyohime gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do not worry, Danasama. With time and effort, I'm sure you'll master this skill. From the corner, Fatalis chuckled in Satria's mind. Face it, your clones just exposed the real you. They're perfect copies. Not helping. Satria muttered, stomping off to sulk as Valyana and Kiyohime chuckled behind him. Satria held the Cosmo plug in his hands, its sleek design glowing faintly in the dim light of his room. Despite having inspected it multiple times, he still found it hard to believe that the device was real. He gazed at it with a solemn expression. Maybe it's destiny, he muttered to himself. They must have seen my principles of righteousness and kindness. Of course, who else would they trust with this power but me? A self-satisfied grin spread across his face as he nodded in agreement with his own thoughts. Fatalis, ever the source of mischief, burst out laughing in his mind. Righteousness? Kindness? You? Wahahaha. Oh, this is rich. Satria's eye twitched, his annoyance flaring up instantly. What's so funny, you damn neat dragon? Don't mock me. I'm obviously the perfect candidate for this power. Fatalis, still laughing, responded cheekily. Oh, my adorable little puppy, you're as delusional as ever. Do you really not remember half the chaos you've caused? Honestly, I can't leave you alone for a second. Satria growled, his annoyance turning into a full-blown pout. Adorable puppy. That's it. You're grounded. No anime for a week. Fatalis snorted, amused by his empty threat. Sure, sure. Anyway, instead of sulking, how about you check the journal of Qin Shi Huang? Maybe it'll make you smarter. Heaven knows you could use the help. Her words sparked a memory in Satria's mind. Oh, right. The journal. I completely forgot about that thing. He reached for the ancient book, intrigued by what secrets it might hold. But just as he was about to open it, a soft nudge against his chest distracted him. Oh! Satria looked down to see Ariel rubbing her head against him, her large, innocent eyes staring up expectantly. His heart melted instantly. Ah, you little attention seeker, he cooed, gently scratching behind her fins. How could I ignore such an adorable face? Ariel purred in delight, snuggling closer to him. The journal and the Cosmo plug were momentarily forgotten as Satria lavished affection on his new Pokémon companion. Later that night, Satria, Kiyohime, Valyana, and even Ariel lay tangled together on the large bed, their breathing slow and steady in the depths of sleep. The room was quiet except for the occasional rustle of blankets and soft snores. Unbeknownst to any of them, the Cosmo plug on the nearby table began to glow faintly. The light pulsed rhythmically before releasing a small, ethereal blue orb. The orb floated silently through the air and entered Satria's mind, merging seamlessly with his consciousness. Satria woke up in a strange and otherworldly place. His surroundings were vast and shimmering, resembling the expanse of space itself. Stars twinkled in every direction, planets of all sizes drifted serenely, and even a radiant sun blazed in the distance, bathing the area in an ethereal glow. What the hell is this place? He muttered, his eyes wide with awe. Today is just full of surprises, isn't it? As he marveled at the stunning scenery, a sudden shift in the atmosphere made him freeze. The space around him seemed to ripple, and a colossal figure began to materialize before him. His presence was undeniable, a towering blue giant with a warm yet overwhelming aura. Satria's breath caught in his throat. He didn't need an introduction. He knew exactly who this was. Finally, we meet, young human, the figure said, his deep voice resonating through the space. His gaze was calm yet penetrating. From your expression, I assume you already know who I am. Satria nodded, his grin wide and filled with nostalgia. Of course. Your Ultraman Cosmos, my favorite Ultraman from childhood. The hero of kindness and peace. My name is Satria, and I plan to follow in your footsteps as the hero of kindness. The giant tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Hero of kindness, you say? Satria blinked, confused by the faint skepticism in the Ultraman's voice. It is not possible, Cosmos said, his voice carrying an air of finality. Satria's smile faltered. Hey? What do you mean? You are different, Cosmos said, his golden eyes narrowing as if peering into Satria's very soul. Unlike others I have entrusted with my power, you are someone who does not hesitate to sacrifice or play dirty to win. Your resolve is unwavering, yet ruthless. However, Cosmos paused, his gaze softening ever so slightly. Your love for your family is admirable. Satria's cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a sharp, serious expression. So, you can read my thoughts too, huh? Guess I need to figure out how to block that. Anyway, now that you know what kind of person I am, what are you going to do about it? Cosmos remained silent for a moment, his immense presence unshaken. Then, he spoke. Nothing. While you are not the ideal bearer of my power, you are capable of discerning right from wrong, even if your methods are unconventional. I cannot stay here for long. All I ask is that you strive to be better. Use my power wisely, and protect those in need. Before Satria could respond, Cosmos began to dissolve into particles of golden light. The energy surged around Satria, filling him with strength and warmth. As the last traces of Cosmos faded into the infinite expanse, Satria clenched his fists, feeling the incredible power coursing through his veins. Humph! What a rude guy, Satria muttered, his expression torn between annoyance and respect. Still, he's right. His power isn't something I can take lightly. He looked up at the vast expanse of stars, determination blazing in his eyes. Cosmos, as thanks for trusting me, I'll honor your wish to protect people, but my family will always come first. Morning came, and Satria awoke feeling refreshed, as though he had been touched by something profound. He stretched lazily, accidentally waking Kiyohime, who looked up at him with sleepy eyes. Danasama, she mumbled, her voice soft. You seem different this morning. Valyuna, still half asleep, rolled over and muttered, if he's become more annoying, I'm kicking him out. Satria chuckled, leaning back against the headboard. Nah, don't worry. I'm still me, but maybe a better version. In the back of his mind, Fatalis yawned. Better version? We'll see about that. Kyoah Academy. Kyoah, Japan. Satria let out a heavy sigh as he approached the gates of Kyoah Academy. Here we go, another boring day of school life, and probably more annoying devils bothering me. He muttered to himself, running a hand through his hair. As soon as he stepped onto the school grounds, a wave of murmurs and giggles swept through the crowd of students. Girls turned to stare at him, their eyes lighting up with excitement, curiosity, and in some cases something far less innocent. Who is that hunk? Oh my, he's so handsome. Wait, isn't that Shin-kun? No way. How did he get so hot in such a short time? It really is Shin. I can't believe it. Satria could feel the attention burning into him as the whispers continued. He tried his best to ignore the girls and head toward his classroom, but the moment he passed them, the floodgates opened. Aheu, Shin-kun. Good morning, Shin-kun. He gave a slight nod, keeping his expression neutral, but his lack of reaction seemed to only fuel their excitement. Suddenly, someone grabbed onto his arm without warning. "Ne Shin-kun, how about we spend some time together after school?" a bold girl purred, pressing herself closer to him. Before Satria could respond, another girl shoved her aside, grabbing onto his other arm. "Don't you dare cling to Shin-kun like that, you tramp. What did you just call me, you ugly cow? Ugly? Look who's talking, you flatboard. What? Flatboard. The two girls started arguing heatedly, attracting even more attention from the crowd. Satria, thoroughly annoyed, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Finally, he shouted. Shut up! You're all so annoying! His voice rang out loud and sharp, cutting through the commotion. All the girls froze instantly, stunned into silence. Then, almost as if on cue, they erupted into squeals. Kai. He talked to me. So badass and cool. As expected of Kuaha's cold prince. I love a man who can dominate me like that. Satria stared at the crowd, dumbfounded, as they continued fawning over him. He pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering under his breath. Hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. The moment Satria stepped into the classroom, he was met with an unexpected sight, Rias Gremory and her entire peerage standing by his desk, their gazes sharp and full of intent. It was clear they had been waiting for him. Good morning, Shin-kun, Rias said, her usual calm smile hiding the underlying pressure of her presence. We need to talk. Before Satria could respond, Akeno leaned in closer, her playful demeanor adding to the tension. Ara, skipping the usual pleasantries today? That's not like you, Rias. Kaiba simply stood nearby, his usual polite demeanor in place, while Konako stared at Satria with her usual blank expression, munching on a snack. Satria looked at the group for a moment before letting out an exaggerated yawn and slumping into his seat. With a perfectly timed lazy voice, he muttered, "The number you're calling is in another world. Please come back later." Rias's eye twitched at his blatant disregard, her composure slipping just a bit. Shin. This is serious. Akeno giggled softly behind her hand. He really does know how to get under your skin, doesn't he, Rias? Meanwhile, Issei stood at the back of the classroom, scratching his head awkwardly. Man, Shin's got some serious guts ignoring buckhole like that. Ika Kiryu, sitting nearby, smirked and leaned over her desk. If only all men were like Shin. Not like you three. Her eyes flicked toward Issei and his two partners in crime, Matsuda and Motohama, who were huddled in the corner, whispering about some new data they'd acquired. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Issei exclaimed, his face red with embarrassment. Ignoring the side banter, Rias folded her arms, determined to get Satria's attention. Shin, stop pretending to sleep. We know you've been up to something recently. Satria cracked one eye open and lazily glanced at her. Oh? And what, pray tell, do you think I've been up to, Aja-sama? Rias clenched her fists, trying to keep her cool. Don't test my patience. You've been involved in something big, and we need to know what's going on. Satria sighed dramatically and stretched. If it's that urgent, why not wait until lunch? Let me at least enjoy my boring school life in peace. Konako spoke up for the first time, her voice monotone but cutting. You're hiding something. Me? Hide something? Satria feigned innocence, placing a hand on his chest. I'm just a simple student trying to survive high school. The group stared at him skeptically, while Akeno's smirk grew wider. She loved watching this verbal sparring play out. Rias, however, wasn't giving up so easily. This isn't over, Shin. As the bell rang and the group dispersed reluctantly. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the class. As the students filed out, Satria noticed Issei calling Asia for a group meeting. Group meeting? Satria thought, raising an eyebrow as he watched Issei leave the classroom with Asia in tow. Ika, ever the tease, had earlier poked fun at Issei for how close he was with Asia. If you're going to play house, at least invite us, Issei-kun, she had said, laughing as Issei sputtered a denial. Now, as Issei disappeared down the hallway, Fatalis's voice echoed in Satria's mind. "What are you going to do now?" she asked with mild amusement. Satria smirked. "Let's follow him. I'm curious about what they're up to." Without missing a beat, he summoned Dark Platinum and used its vision ability to track Issei and Asia from a distance. His eyes followed them to the old school building, where they entered the Occult Research Club, Orc, room. Using Dark Platinum's vision, Satria peered inside the room from outside. To his surprise, Sana Satrai, the student council president, was already inside with her peerage. "Interesting," Satria muttered to himself, leaning against the wall as he continued to observe. Inside the room, Sana introduced herself to Issei, who looked completely clueless. Beside her, Saji Genshiro, the pawn of Sana's peerage, was bickering with Issei. The two of them soon devolved into a petty argument, comparing themselves over who was the better pawn. "Idiots," Satria mused, shaking his head. "Becoming slaves and being proud of it. Only fools boast about something like that." Saji, emboldened by his competitiveness, tried hitting on Asia, only to be met with a sharp glare from Issei. Satria stifled a chuckle. "This is far more entertaining than dealing with those annoying fangirls." The conversation took a turn when Sana shifted her focus to Rias. "So, Rias," Sana began, adjusting her glasses, "I've heard you've been bothering the new student lately. Is that true?" Rias frowned, crossing her arms. "That guy is suspicious. He's always irritating me. Who does that brat think he is?" "Bucko," Issei interjected, trying to reason with her, "we've already talked about this. Please don't bother Shin-san again." Rias glared at him. "Why are you always defending him, Issei? He's human and an unknown factor. For all we know, he could be a threat to us." "He's not," Issei protested firmly. "No enemy would help me the way Shin-san did." Saji, curious, leaned forward. "Wait, who are you guys talking about?" Akeno, ever calm and composed, answered with a small smile. "He's the new transfer student. They call him the Cold Prince of Kyoto, Shidou Matsumi, or Shin." Saji scoffed. "That pretty boy? What's so special about him?" Rias's face darkened as she recounted their encounter. "We don't know the extent of his power. But during our first meeting, he demonstrated something unnatural. He claims to be human, but his speed is unlike anything a human could possess." "Super speed?" Saji asked, intrigued. "Yes," Rias confirmed. "The four of us except for Kaiba witnessed it. We were all focused on him, watching closely, and yet, in an instant, he was behind me. And the worst part? He had the audacity to call me a brat." The memory clearly still stung for Rias, as her tone carried a mix of irritation and embarrassment. Outside, Satria could barely contain his laughter. "A brat? I wasn't wrong, though." Fatalis snickered in his mind. "You truly are a troublemaker. Why not push them further? Pretend to be even more suspicious and watch them squirm." "Tempting," Satria replied with a grin. "But I think I've had enough fun for now. I should get back to my spot." He dismissed Dark Platinum and walked away, leaving the group none the wiser. Back in the orc room, Sana turned to Rias. "So, is he a threat or not?" Rias sighed, clearly frustrated. "He's probably a threat. Or maybe a spy from another faction. For now, we'll keep watching him. If he proves dangerous, I'll take care of him. After all, it's my duty to protect my territory." Sana smirked faintly. "I see. Well then, if he's not officially claimed, perhaps I'll pay him a visit myself. Thanks for the intel." With that, Sana and her peerage left the room, leaving Rias fuming silently. As Satria strolled back to his favorite hangout spot, he chuckled to himself. "So they think I'm a threat, huh? Maybe I should give them something to worry about. Or maybe not." Either way, this is getting interesting. To be continued. Chapter 53, Side Story, The God of Hope Daily Life, Part 2. Uzumaki Kyomashiya. Kyoto, Japan. In a traditional Japanese estate, Artoria sat surrounded by 5 of Naruto's wives. Their expressions were a mixture of curiosity and mischief as they studied the legendary King of Britain. "I'll get straight to the point," Ria began, her tone firm yet kind. "Are you interested in our husband?" Artoria's cheeks flushed, and she hesitated before replying. I don't know. But when I see his smile, it makes me feel strange. I've never felt this way about anyone before." Kurika chuckled, her voice playful. "Nay, our hubby does have a talent for attracting all kinds of women. Even legendary ones. Honestly, I can't believe Naruto managed to charm the King of Britain," Lara added, shaking her head in disbelief. Psycho sighed. "Another one, huh? And this one isn't an ordinary woman either." Medusa decided to shift the conversation. "Artoria, could you tell us more about yourself and the situation in your world?" Artoria nodded, gathering her thoughts. "My name is Artoria Pendragon, though many know me as King Arthur. In my world, I'm currently part of an organization called Chaldea. Our mission is to clear singularities and prevent the extinction of humanity. I serve as a heroic spirit, a being summoned to aid in this task." "Heroic spirit?" Psycho tilted her head, intrigued. "Yes," Artoria continued. "Heroic spirits are beings of higher existence, residing in the throne of heroes. We are summoned by mages to participate in events like the Holy Grail War." "The Holy Grail War?" "It's a battle royale where 7 servants, archer, lancer, caster, rider, saber, assassin, and berserker fight for the Holy Grail, an artifact said to grant any wish." Lara's eyes gleamed with interest. "Sounds shady. Did you believe in its power? And if so, what would you wish for?" The atmosphere grew tense. Artoria's face darkened. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I would wish to save my homeland. With the Holy Grail, I would rewrite my past and prevent the destruction of Britain." The room fell silent. The others exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Psycho broke the silence. "Are you saying you'd go back in time to change history? To erase your role as king?" "Yes," Artoria admitted, her voice steady but heavy. "My failure as a ruler led to Britain's downfall. If I were replaced by someone more capable, my kingdom might have survived." Lara stood abruptly, her fists clenched. "You're joking, right? Tell me you're joking, Artoria." Artoria's gaze hardened. "What's wrong with my wish? It's my responsibility as a king to correct my failure." Lara glared at her, her voice rising. "Yes, it's your responsibility. But erasing your existence as king? That's not the answer. What kind of king abandons their legacy?" Artoria's eyes narrowed. "If my existence caused Britain's destruction, then erasing myself is the right choice. Someone better suited should lead." "That's absurd." Lara snapped. "You're King Arthur, for crying out loud. Running away from your responsibility isn't noble, it's cowardly." "You!" Artoria growled, her tone fierce and unyielding. Lara, however, remained defiant. "What? You can't take it? Can't accept how foolish you sound? I can't believe the person I idolized is this naive. You've completely disappointed me." "That's enough," Naruto interrupted firmly, stepping between the two women. His presence immediately diffused some of the tension. Lara turned to him, her voice sharp. "Naruto, you heard her, right? What's your opinion about this ridiculous wish of hers?" Naruto sighed, rubbing his temples. "I'm not a king, and I've never led a kingdom. I don't know the kind of weight Arthuria's carried. But, Artoria..." He looked at her, his expression earnest. What you're wishing for, it's not going to fix things the way you think it will. You'll just create a parallel timeline. Please, think it through again. Artoria's eyes widened slightly, her grip on Excalibur tightening. His words were simple but struck a chord within her. Rhea, standing nearby, crossed her arms and added with a heavy sigh, Artoria, your legend is one of the most famous in history. You're a symbol of strength and perseverance. Many children grow up idolizing you, Lara included. Imagine how they'd feel if they knew you were willing to erase yourself from existence. That. Artoria's gaze faltered. Was her wish truly so wrong? Was she betraying her legend? Psycho stepped forward, her voice firm but tinged with empathy. And what about your comrades? The ones who stood by you, who fought and died for you. Do you think they'd be proud to hear you say this? Would you really mock their sacrifices like that? Artoria's breath hitched. The words cut deeply, and she looked down at her lap, her heart heavy with doubt. Kurika chimed in, her tone lighter but no less serious. Artoria, one of my teammates back home is named Arthur Pendragon. Every time he talked about you, it was with so much pride. Imagine how he'd feel if he heard this conversation right now. Medusa remained silent, her disappointment evident in her solemn gaze. Artoria clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. Were they right? Was her wish truly foolish? Had she been blind to the truth all along? Her mind swirled with memories. Gawain, Lancelot, Bedivere, Galahad. Everyone. Their faces flashed before her eyes, one by one. The comrades who had fought alongside her, who had believed in her. But no matter how much their words struck her, Arthuria's heart refused to accept it completely. Why can't they understand? Why can't they see? She started but couldn't finish. Her voice trembled, filled with frustration and pain. The room fell silent. No one pressed her further, allowing her to process the weight of their words. The morning sun filtered through the canopy of trees, casting soft rays onto the training ground. Artoria sat alone on a fallen log, her fingers brushing the pommel of Excalibur as she stared at the ground. Her expression was unreadable, but the tension in her shoulders betrayed the inner turmoil that gripped her. She heard footsteps approach but didn't look up. If you're here to scold me again, I'm not in the mood, she said softly. Naruto's voice broke the stillness, light and calm. I'm not here to scold you, Artoria. Just wanted to talk. Artoria glanced up at him as he settled onto the log beside her. He didn't speak immediately, instead letting the silence hang between them. Finally, he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You know, he began, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. Back when I was younger, I thought being Hokage, being a leader, was all about power. About being strong enough to protect everyone. But as I got older, I realized it's not just about strength, it's about understanding. Artoria tilted her head slightly, curious despite herself. Understanding? Naruto nodded. Yet. Understanding the people you're protecting. Their hopes, their fears, their dreams. It's tough. And yet, sometimes we mess up. Sometimes, we fail. But that doesn't mean the people we care about stop believing in us. You're a king, Artoria. You led your people, inspired them, and even now, centuries later, your legend is still giving people hope. That says something, doesn't it? Artoria's grip on Excalibur tightened. But I failed them, Naruto. My kingdom fell because of my decisions. I should have done better. If I could just go back and erase yourself from history. Naruto interrupted gently, turning to face her. What about all the good you did? What about the lives you saved, the people who followed you, not out of fear but because they believed in you? If you erase yourself, you're erasing their sacrifices too. Artoria's eyes widened slightly. She hadn't thought of it that way. Naruto's voice softened, a warm smile spreading across his face. Look, Artoria, I'm not saying your wish is wrong. I get wanting to fix things. Heck, if I had the chance, maybe I'd want to change some stuff too. But what makes us strong isn't running from our mistakes, it's facing them, learning from them, and using them to become better. That's what being a leader means. Artoria stared at him, the weight of his words sinking in. You really believe that? Of course, Naruto said without hesitation. You've got a good heart, Artoria. I can see it. And I know it's hard to carry all that guilt, but you don't have to carry it alone. You've got people here who believe in you, me included. She blinked, surprised. You believe in me? Yeah, he said, grinning. Why wouldn't I? You're King Arthur, for crying out loud. Besides. His grin turned mischievous. I can't have you moping around when breakfast is waiting. Come on, Ria's probably whipped up something amazing. Artoria couldn't help but smile, a small but genuine expression. You really are something else, Naruto. Hey, I'll take that as a compliment, he laughed, standing up and extending a hand to her. Come on, let's eat. You'll feel better on a full stomach. For a moment, Artoria hesitated, but then she reached out and took his hand. His grip was firm and reassuring, and as he pulled her to her feet, she felt a flicker of warmth in her chest. Thank you, Naruto, she said softly. Anytime, Artoria, he replied, his tone sincere. Together, they walked back toward the Uzumaki home, the tension between them replaced with a quiet understanding. Side end.